Chapter 1065. Now Gong Sunling was already in the middle Yuanying stage, and her control of the mountain river geographical map was higher. She believed that even if someone came here, without the abnormal strength of Yang Chen and Li Cheng, it would be impossible to find that they were already in the formation of the mountain river geographical map. Once trapped in the formation, in addition to being trapped by the formation, they would also be attacked by the masters in the mountain river geographical map, and they would not be able to escape. This was definitely a way to solve the problem once and for all. Anyway, these people would have to leave. As long as they came to this vicinity, those with low cultivation base and low defense would be directly sent into the mountain river geographical map. As for those who were on guard, they would eventually be attacked by the 4 women. As long as those guys did not join forces, no one could resist the joint attack of the 4 women alone. The mountain river geographical map plus the 4 women, not to mention Yang Chen and Li Cheng, could definitely take a lot of advantages here. It could be said that Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map would be more powerful. It was a bit insidious to say, but on this demon continent, it was not a place to talk about morality. Those guys haven't paid attention to Yang Chen and the others yet. That was because they were still searching for good things. When they were free, the first thing they would deal with was Yang Chen and the others. The method of purifying the demonic qi was the reason for those people to take action. Who didn't know the benefits of the demonic bead? Yang Chen could completely purify. How could it compare to their own complete purification? This method must be in their own hands. Even if Yang Chen refused to hand it over, this person must be controlled. On the demon continent, there was no reason. The fist was the big reason. Li Cheng was very at ease with everyone. He sat directly on the ground, silently closed the door, and there was no defense at all. Next was Yang Chen, followed by the 4 women. Gong Sunling was the last one. She was also responsible for everyone's safety and vigilance. However, with the protection of the mountain river geographical map, everyone could cultivate boldly with confidence. Even if there was any danger, there was no need to worry. The 4 women were all comprehending the way to fight against the heart devil, but Yang Chen began to carefully study the cultivation method of refining the space connection. He did not know how the ancestors of the mental demon sect imagined it. They actually wanted to refine it for their own use, even though it was a spatial point between the 2 realms. However, this was not wishful thinking. It was a very reasonable speculation. At the very least, based on Yang Chen's experience, this cultivation technique was absolutely practical, and it also had a unique understanding of the connection between the 2 worlds. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had been to the spiritual realm and immortal realm in his previous life and had detailed memories of transcending space and ascending, he might not have understood some of the explanations. Yang Chen couldn't help but be tempted. If Yang Chen could refine a highly operable cultivation technique and the entrance to the immortal beheading platform and integrate it into the immortal beheading saber, the immortal beheading saber would immediately have the power to sever space. This was a terrifying power that even with the blessing of Xiao Tian, who could still be the opponent of Yang Chen? Just the study of the cultivation method, Yang Chen spent a whole half a year, understanding it word by word, combining it with his own memory, carefully pondering the mystery and understanding the mystery of space. After half a year, Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and understood this cultivation method thoroughly. It must be said that the ancestor of the mental demon sect was indeed powerful. Just by relying on imagination, he could deduce this cultivation method to this point. Although there were still some flaws, they were also flaws caused by the inability to actually operate it. Yang Chen could completely rely on his own experience to make up for it. The rest of the matter was to experiment on the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. But at this moment, Yang Chen was a little hesitant. First, the immortal beheading platform has not been touched for a long time. I don't know if I can reach the entrance. Second, if I refine the entrance to the immortal beheading platform, if there is trouble in the immortal world in the future, I don't know how to solve it. But soon Yang Chen let go of these worries. Whether the entrance to the immortal beheading platform could be found or not, as long as he tried it, there was no need to worry at all. As for the trouble in the future, because he left the immortal beheading platform, the executioner did not die, and it was impossible to replace another executioner in the mortal world. This was a big trouble. If he refined the entrance, maybe he could still enter and exit at any time. Isn't this the way to solve the problem? The only trouble was that Yang Chen hoped to refine the entrance to the immortal beheading platform and the immortal beheading blade together. Now the immortal beheading blade has reached the final stage of the life source magic weapon tempering. It will take some time to complete, and the time may be delayed. Not to consider these first, Yang Chen still wanted to try to find the entrance to the immortal beheading platform again. The last time he entered the immortal beheading platform, it was because the executioners in the world entered in a dream, but Yang Chen knew that the immortal world used a lot of power and consumed the cultivation base of many masters, using the dream reversal technique, which was achieved through the entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the mortal world. Now he wanted to find the entrance to the immortal beheading platform alone, but it was not so easy. Yang Chen had not slept or had a dream for many years, and it was not so easy to relive it. The first thing was to sleep. With Yang Chen's cultivation base, he would not let himself fall asleep naturally no matter what. If he used medicine or other means, he could not guarantee that he could still dream, which was the problem. What's so difficult about this? After explaining the cultivation method to everyone, the women were very puzzled about Yang Chen's requirement to dream, but Li Cheng said, "As long as you are tired and can't recover, isn't it easy to sleep? If you fall asleep, you might be able to dream." Speaking of which, Yang Chen had forgotten the feeling of an ordinary person because he had cultivated for a long time. As long as he was tired, he would naturally sleep, and when he fell asleep, it was possible to dream. The method was a method, but for Yang Chen, it was a troublesome thing. It was not so easy to make Yang Chen, with his current cultivation base, tired and exhausted. Even if some methods could consume energy, it could not stop Yang Chen from recovering quickly. Do your best to attack and defend. Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen was so embarrassed, he seemed to be a little itchy and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I also want to try my skills. Let's have a fight, how about it?" With Li Cheng's proposal, before Yang Chen had time to answer, the four women had already clapped their hands and cheered. They had already seen Yang Chen's skills, but Yang Chen had improved, and the women were not very clear about his strength. As for Li Cheng, he was even more mysterious. Now that he took the initiative to compete with Yang Chen, how could the four women not be happy? "I'm afraid that fighting will alarm those people. Why don't we go to the mountain river geographical map to fight?" Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and said with a slight provocation. "Okay, let's fight." Yang Chen also wanted to measure Li Cheng's strength, and this proposal was exactly what he wanted, so he immediately agreed. Chapter 1066. No one has seen Yang Chen fighting with all his strength, including Yang Chen himself. In the mortal world, it seems that there has never been an opponent that required Yang Chen to go all out. But now, there is one. Li Cheng could easily kill the great elder of the Taishanmen with a sword. This strength has surpassed the strongest in the mortal world. With such an opponent, Yang Chen couldn't help but be excited. Everyone entered the mountain river geographical map, even the master Gong Sunling was no exception. No one wanted to miss this rare competition. "Don't hold back." Li Cheng stared at Yang Chen, and his eyes were also excited. "I know you are strong, but don't worry about hurting me." These words were simply arrogant to the extreme. Yang Chen now did not say anything else, just his spiritual sense of the human immortal third grade, the body-refining arcane power of the yellow turban strongman was not something that ordinary masters could handle. Even if it was Elder Wu Xiong who had ascended, he would not dare to say that Yang Chen could not hurt him. But Li Cheng said so, and Yang Chen did not doubt it at all. This was not because Yang Chen knew the details of Li Cheng, but purely an intuition, the kind of intuition in the face of a peerless master. Since Li Cheng said so, Yang Chen did not intend to hold back, and naturally he would fight with all his strength. He shouted at Li Cheng, "Big brother, be careful," and rushed up directly. In the beginning, Yang Chen did not use magic weapons, but purely with his fists. He wanted to know the gap between himself and Li Cheng in all aspects. In the memory of his previous life, there was no concept of a peerless master like Li Cheng, and Yang Chen was also eager to know some details of Li Cheng. "Come on." Li Cheng's eyes were also filled with excitement, and he also greeted it with his bare hands and punched out. Bang, the fists of the two collided firmly, and then Li Cheng let out a muffled groan, and his body flew back like a kite with a broken string. The power of the river turning power was not something that anyone could bear. It must be known that this was a cultivation method that only the yellow-turbaned strong men in the immortal world could practice. Even the General Xian Immortal could not compete with it, let alone the human world. Even if Yang Chen has not experienced the baptism of various tribulations, and his body is not as strong as the real yellow-turbaned strongman, but after all, the realm of the body refining technique has reached there. Li Cheng is simply not Yang Chen's opponent in terms of strength. In this case, once Yang Chen crosses the tribulation, his body will be strongly transformed. It can be said that every time the tribulation, the body's strength will be more than 10 times the original. Li Cheng's body flew far away, but he immediately controlled his figure in the air. He laughed and shouted, "Awesome!" With a little adjustment, he rushed towards Yang Chen again. Cheng is Li Chen's strength flew, he is Li Chen's body's strength. This strength had already made Yang Chen have a whole new level of respect for him. In Yang Chen's imagination, even someone as powerful as Hu Yun might not be able to block his punch. Even if he borrowed strength, he would still be injured by the fist momentum. Li Cheng's performance was indeed impressive. When he saw Li Cheng flying over, Yang Chen naturally didn't want to show weakness. He swung his fist to meet Li Cheng's attack, and the two of them were locked in battle just like that. This time, Yang Chen didn't just fight with Li Cheng's fists, but he also used the attack method that he had practiced in the Demon Continent, which was simple, direct, and fierce. Not only that, but Yang Chen's movement technique had also become like a ghost. He was swift and agile, and his angles were strange. In an instant, Li Cheng was surrounded by Yang Chen's silhouettes. To be precise, in Li Cheng's eyes, apart from Yang Chen's fist, he couldn't see anything else. However, Li Cheng was not so easy to provoke. With a long laugh, he immediately waved his fists and began to fight back. Banging sounds rang out incessantly, but the four women around them could no longer see the trajectories of the two people's attacks. They could only see two blurry shadows moving at lightning speed. There was one in each of them, and one in each of them. The divine awareness of the four women was firmly locked on Yang Chen and Li Cheng. This level of battle could definitely benefit them a lot. On Li Cheng's body, he didn't know how many punches from Yang Chen. This time, Li Cheng didn't borrow strength to fly out, and Yang Chen didn't give Li Cheng a chance to fly out. Almost as soon as he was punched in the chest, his body didn't move, and he was punched in the back again. The speed was unparalleled. Even if he borrowed strength from the outline, he couldn't do it. It seemed that Li Cheng also knew the power of Yang Chen. He didn't dodge at all. At the same time, he also looked at Yang Chen's flaws and kept waving his fists to fight back. The fist hit on Yang Chen's body with a dull sound. Both of them could find the position of the opponent's attack in an instant, and their combat awareness was almost equal. Often when Yang Chen hit Li Cheng, he would also suffer a heavy blow from Li Cheng. It must be said that Li Cheng's strength was still beyond Yang Chen's expectations. Even in terms of pure strength, Li Cheng was not as good as Yang Chen, but the difference was limited. The power of each punch could almost shake the tough skin tempered by Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and the power went straight to the internal organs. Fortunately, after all the power passed through the epidermal muscles and flesh, it was not so lethal. It just shook the internal organs. If Li Cheng's strength was a little stronger, Yang Chen's internal organs would also be shaken and injured. But even so, Yang Chen's internal organs had to bear a great power shock. This was also mixed with great pain for Yang Chen, who couldn't synchronize the strength of the body refining technique to the internal organs. However, the opponent, Li Cheng, was not easy. How could the strength of Yang Chen be borne by ordinary people? With a punch, almost the whole body was shaken. The place where the punch was hit often resulted in broken bones. Fortunately, Li Cheng's recovery ability seemed to be even more terrifying. Just between the two punches, the place that was injured by the punch could be restored to its original state. The most terrifying thing was that after each recovery, Li Cheng's part of the body seemed to be tougher than before. Although Yang Chen's punches were powerful, at this moment, It looked like he was helping Li Cheng temper his body. Similarly, Yang Chen's internal organs were the same. After each punch, Yang Chen would quickly use the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to recover quickly. After hundreds of consecutive punches, the internal organs that hadn't been tempered for a long time had also loosened a little. He began to use Li Cheng's punches to slowly begin the tempering. The more the two fought, the more they became addicted. They had forgotten the original intention at the beginning and were immersed in this process that could both vent and take the opportunity to gain experience. Chapter 1067. The four women watching from the outside couldn't feel the changes in their bodies, but the kind of combat experience used by the two made the four women feel like they had obtained a treasure, indulged in it, and could no longer extricate themselves. Attacking the enemy's weakness, speed, strength, angle, timing. Although Yang Chen and Li Cheng were just punching and kicking each other, the kind of combat awareness that came out of the immortal beheading technique was unprecedented. The four women didn't even dare to slack off a little, for fear of missing any small battle scene. Unknowingly, this kind of brute force showdown had lasted for a whole day. Yang Chen's fist hit Li Cheng's body and he could already feel the increasingly strong shock force. In the same way, Li Cheng's fist power seemed to be unable to have any shock effect on Yang Chen's internal organs. Increase the stakes. Li Cheng was getting more and more addicted. He suddenly shouted and then didn't wait for Yang Chen to have any means. His spiritual awareness had already pierced Yang Chen like an invisible sword. Yang Chen's sea of consciousness had not yet been pierced by Li Cheng's spiritual awareness and it had already begun to churn. Almost at the same time, Yang Chen's counterattack had already been launched. The powerful spiritual awareness of the three purities' secret art pierced Li Cheng's face. The two spiritual awareness intersected in the air and made a loud noise out of thin air, which shocked the four women around them. The dissipated spiritual awareness even made the four women have to retreat a few dozen feet before they felt the oppression. This kind of scene made the four women all horrified. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was powerful. The four women had already been mentally prepared, but they did not expect Li Cheng to be so terrifying. They didn't know what kind of secret this Li Cheng's family had to be able to train such a heaven-defying young master. Yang Chen, who was in the battle, was even more surprised than the four women. It must be known that Yang Chen was now practicing the three purities' secret art passed down by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. It was the trump card of the Tao ancestor. There was no need for Yang Chen to talk about the degree of strength, but Li Cheng was able to compete with Yang Chen in the battle of spiritual awareness, so Yang Chen couldn't help but admire him. Li Cheng's consciousness is pure and condensed, and it also carries a vast aura. Compared to Yang Chen's current grade 3 human immortal consciousness, it is not at all inferior. In some aspects, it was even better. How could Yang Chen not be puzzled? However, now was not the time to investigate how high Li Cheng's divine sense cultivation was, because when could he reach such a realm? The two of them were in the middle of a battle. If they were distracted for even a moment, their lives might not be on the line, but they would definitely suffer a few more blows. Even if Yang Chen's internal organs had improved a lot, he still didn't want to be beaten a few times for no reason. In the mountain river geographical map, it was just like in the outside world. Time passed, the sun rose and set, there was almost no difference. This battle of the two people with spiritual awareness attacks lasted for almost 2 days and 2 nights again. In his previous life, Yang Chen did not have too strong achievements in the aspect of spiritual awareness. This life was only under the guidance of the three purities' secret art. He had some advantages in spiritual awareness. Compared with the understanding of the fire control alchemy, it was not 1 or 2 grades worse. But in the battle with Li Cheng, Yang Chen really opened his eyes. Li Cheng's spiritual awareness attack definitely made Yang Chen feel overwhelmed. Even in the first 1.5 days, Yang Chen was almost suppressed by Li Cheng, and the occasional counterattacks were rare. This was definitely an experience that could not be asked for. Was there a better way to understand and master these spiritual awareness attack techniques than in actual combat? Yang Chen's understanding of spiritual awareness also became more and more clear in this continuous battle. Most of the things that he knew before but didn't know why, had a clear answer in this battle. On this point alone, Yang Chen would benefit from it for a lifetime. Up to now, both of them had felt tired. If it was just the squandering of power, the two of them would not have been so exhausted, but the divine sense attacks, in addition to constantly tensing their nerves and dealing with the opponent's attacks while also having to counterattack, was the most exhausting process. However, the more they fought, the more the two did not intend to stop, but they were more energetic and attacked more fiercely. The four women watching on the sidelines could not keep up with the speed of the two people's attacks. Even if they used their spiritual awareness to lock tightly, they could not keep up with the pace of the two people. Often when they just figured out the mystery of a previous attack, when they came back to their senses, they found that the two had already exchanged at least 10 moves. But despite this, the four women still had a great harvest. Watching the battle between Yang Chen and Li Cheng for 3 days seemed to be more beneficial than being surrounded by groups of demonic beasts outside for a few months. Add spiritual power, Li Cheng shouted again, his voice was full of excitement. With the shout, his fist was already mixed with a surging spiritual power tide, smashing towards Yang Chen's head. Of course, Yang Chen was not willing to be outdone. The yin and yang 5 elements secret art was instantly operated to the extreme. The yin and yang 5 elements spiritual power was directly arranged into the yin and yang 5 elements formation. The two formations, wrapped in the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, directly bombarded Li Cheng's chest. At the same time, the reverse yin and yang 5 elements formation was arranged on his body, ready to meet Li Cheng's spiritual power bombardment. Boom, almost at the same time when the two heavy punches hit, a huge sonic boom spread far away. Both of their bodies shook, then they clenched their teeth and bombarded each other regardless. Now, every blow of the two people carried the power of heaven and earth. The momentum was so great that even the four women on the sidelines were a little shocked and worried. If such an attack fell on their body, if it was any one of them, they would not be able to bear it. Unless there was the mountain river geographical map or the black tortoise shield to protect the body, otherwise, there would only be serious injuries or even death. Yang Chen and Li Cheng, who were in the battle, all admired their opponents at the same time. Yang Chen's current yin and yang 5 elements formation strengthened the attack effect by at least double. Even if Yang Chen had not yet collected the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art, the attack power should not be underestimated. But Li Cheng was able to completely withstand it. It must be known that this was without using any magic weapon, just relying on his strong body and spiritual power defense. It had to be said that Li Cheng's strength was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. On the opposite side, Li Cheng was also full of surprise. The performance of this little guy, Yang Chen, was simply beyond Li Cheng's expectations. Originally, he thought that it was only a positive and negative yin and yang 5 elements attack, but he did not expect that it was also mixed with the heavenly spirit earth fiend great array. The attack power was so strong that he had to use his trump card to withstand it. After fighting for so long, the two of them finally felt like they could appreciate each other's talent. Chapter 1068. After adding spiritual power, the power of the attack was once again greatly improved. In particular, Yang Chen's spiritual power was directly mixed with the yin-yang 5 elements formation and the earthly evil spirit formation, which directly increased the power of Yang Chen's attack by several times. With the spiritual power shown by Li Cheng, it was really difficult. However, Li Cheng was not so easy to get along with. He used all his skills and blocked the attack of Yang Chen, and even had the strength to counterattack. However, in the face of Yang Chen's reverse 5-element spiritual power, the power of the attack was like entering a big millstone first, and after being worn down by 80 to 90%, it acted on Yang Chen's body. Blocking these attacks, Yang Chen was quite relaxed. However, Li Cheng's power was far more than that. His current spiritual power and spiritual awareness were also good. In summary, the characteristics were one word: pure. Pure to the point of making people's hair stand on end. Even the spiritual awareness of Yang Chen's 3 purities secret art and the spiritual power of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art were not Li Cheng's opponents at this point. If Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was 80% pure, then Li Cheng was at least 95% pure. If Yang Chen's spiritual power had 60%, then Li Cheng had also reached more than 90%. This kind of purity was far from what Yang Chen could achieve with a simple refinement. But after the tempering of thousands of hammers and chisels, the effect could only be achieved after indescribable refinement. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it was far from comparable. As for other people, it was even more unimaginable. People thought that their spiritual power was already very pure, but at least more than 40% of the chaotic spiritual power was undetectable by the cultivators at this stage. The purified demonic bead had no side effects because of this. The cultivation base was not high enough, resulting in insufficient knowledge. Many of the shortcomings of cultivation were accumulated little by little in the spiritual world and the immortal world, so that at that time, it would take far more than the current stage to make up for it by several times or even dozens of times. One of the effects of pure spiritual power was that it was exceptionally easy to control, and it had an unparalleled amplification effect on certain effects. Whether it was in attack or defense, it was not something that Yang Chen could look up to. If it were not for the addition of the yin-yang 5 elements formation and the earth dipper formation, Yang Chen would be dozens of streets behind Li Cheng. While Yang Chen was amazed, Li Cheng, who was opposite him, was also surprised. No one thought that Yang Chen would have such a skill. It was already surprising that he could cultivate the 5 elements of yin and yang, but it was even more surprising that he had the effect of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. If it wasn't for the fact that it was far purer than Yang Chen's, Li Cheng would have made a fool of himself with the addition of the spiritual power attack. Even so, receiving Yang Chen's attacks was still very uncomfortable. Every strike would cause Li Cheng unbearable pain. But the more it was like this, the happier Li Cheng was. Similarly, the same was true for Yang Chen. A well-matched opponent was definitely the best whetstone for their cultivation. The more they went through such tempering, the better it was for their own control. No, just a few days of confrontation, Yang Chen felt that his internal organ tempering of the yellow turban strongman body refining arcane power of the river-turning realm had reached a new level. If he experienced it a few more times, he might be able to enter the peak of the sea-turning strength by relying on this kind of confrontation. Li Cheng's every blow was like the best iron hammer, beating out the impurities in his body, making his whole body more well-proportioned. Such an opponent, such an opportunity, was simply a gift from heaven. He didn't know if Li Cheng felt the same, but Yang Chen could feel the changes in Li Cheng's body from the recoil of Li Cheng's body, and he thought the same thing in his heart. In such a situation, although the two were getting more and more tired, the more they fought, the happier they were. Under the excitement, the strength of the two seemed to have improved again, and they kept confronting each other, and it seemed that no one wanted to stop first. The full confrontation of the physical body, spiritual power, and spiritual awareness lasted for almost half a month. The power of the two was finally getting smaller and smaller, and the speed was getting slower and slower. In the end, it was simply a confrontation of will, to see who would be the first to give up. Finally, Yang Chen and Li Cheng no longer had any strength left. After hitting each other with soft hands and feet, they both lay on the ground exhausted and didn't want to move even half a finger. The spiritual power had been consumed to the limit, and the spiritual awareness was almost exhausted. The physical body didn't even have the strength to support the two standing. As soon as they lay down, they closed their eyes and no longer made any extra movements. However, there were still differences between the two. In this situation, Li Cheng still began to slowly absorb spiritual power and began to recover, while Yang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep sweetly. Originally, the purpose of this confrontation was to make Yang Chen tired and fall asleep. Everyone understood this. Anyway, this was the interior of the Mountain River geographical map, and there were 4 women watching, so there was no need to worry about safety. The 4 women have been immersed in the wonderful battle confrontation between the two until the two stopped for a long time, and then they woke up one after another. The first to wake up was Shishanshan, then Gaou, then Gong Sunling, and finally Sun Qingxue. After this observation, all 4 women had great gains, and their faces were full of joy that couldn't be concealed. Looking at the situation of the two, Gong Sunling's mind moved, and the place where Li Cheng and Yang Chen were lying suddenly changed. Li Cheng quickly condensed a small spirit gathering formation, and the Mountain River geographical map absorbed countless spiritual power and began to provide Li Cheng with recovery. On the side of Yang Chen, it became a comfortable bedroom. Yang Chen's body was lying on a soft and comfortable wooden couch, sleeping like a dead pig. The four women didn't do anything extra when they woke up, but after watching Gong Sunling finish the operation, everyone began to discuss with each other in another place that wouldn't disturb the two. The content of the discussion was naturally the gains and losses of the battle between Yang Chen and Li Cheng. This was a habit that everyone developed on the way to the demon continent. Every time after dealing with the sea beasts, they would make a small summary. The four women were all geniuses with excellent understanding, and the wisdom of the four people added up could let everyone gain something every time. The battle between their husband and the sworn brother let the four women see many things that they hadn't thought of before. The four people talked about their own insights, and no one hid anything. The more they discussed, the more excited everyone became. Just watching the summary of the battle lasted for almost 4 or 5 days. Then, the four women also began their own small retreat to continue to digest these combat experiences. Chapter 1069. This time, Li Cheng's recovery cultivation lasted for a long time. In fact, Li Cheng was not only recovering, but his spiritual power recovery time was very fast. With the spiritual power support of the Mountain River geographical map, Li Cheng's spiritual power was fully restored in less than 2 days. As soon as the spiritual power was restored, it naturally led to the recovery of his spiritual awareness and physical body. But these were not important. The important thing was that Li Cheng found that his body refining technique had finally made progress. After being bombarded by Yang Chen for who knows how many tens of thousands of times, it was like kneading dough. After kneading, it would naturally become tendons. Now it was a natural process. Li Cheng would certainly seize this opportunity to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Of course, Li Cheng did not forget to sigh at Yang Chen's perverseness while cultivating. Yang Chen, who was sleeping soundly, did not know Li Cheng's thoughts at all. He did not even notice that Gong Sunling had changed the surrounding situation for him. Now his consciousness was standing at the entrance of the immortal beheading stage. When Yang Chen came here, his body did not change at all. He really didn't know how this immortal beheading stage was refined. Not to mention crossing the two realms, it could even use the dream reversal grand technique to let the mortal executioner enter. As Yang Chen expected, as soon as he entered the dream, Yang Chen stood at the entrance. There were a few celestial soldiers guarding here, but now he did not know where they had gone. The entrance was empty, and there was no one there. Looking at the door he walked out of, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Here, he personally waved the immortal beheading blade and killed places including the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and the Tao ancestor Taishang Laojun. Those famous big shots couldn't escape the death of the immortal beheading stage, which always made people feel the awe of the heavenly Tao. However, Yang Chen had no intention of going in. Who knows if he could come out after going in? Now that everything was on the right track, Yang Chen did not want to fail here. With Yang Chen's understanding and modifications, the mental demon sect's guest cultivation technique was now extremely practical. Yang Chen was just outside the entrance, so he could also try to see if that cultivation technique was feasible. Yang Chen didn't know how long he would sleep for, so he just sighed for a while before he tried to refine the entrance to the beheading immortal platform. As soon as he started, Yang Chen was ecstatic. According to the normal steps, it seemed that there were no accidents. Perhaps, it was also because Yang Chen was the only executioner in the beheading immortal platform, so the beheading immortal platform had no resistance to Yang Chen. This allowed Yang Chen to easily come into contact with the point of crossing the two realms. The entrance was at this point. After completing this step, Yang Chen's confidence was greatly boosted. He began to carefully refine it bit by bit according to the instructions of the cultivation method. Before refining it, Yang Chen still found that his spiritual power was completely consumed. This should be caused by the previous confrontation. Even in his dream, he did not fully recover. Yang Chen was not worried. Just like Li Cheng, he first began to recover his spiritual power, and then began to refine the entrance. It was easy to say, but it was not so easy to do. Don't look at the entrance of the beheading immortal platform as a point of crossing the two realms. If you really wanted to refine it, it was not something that could be done overnight. It was normal to think about it. If Yang Chen wanted to enter the immortal world according to the normal way, he had to at least cross the tribulation and ascend to the spiritual world, and then cross the tribulation to enter the immortal world. The mortal world and the immortal world were connected. In fact, it was at least across 3 realms. If it could be easily refined by a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it would be a joke. Fortunately, Yang Chen was not a simple cultivator in the nascent soul stage. As time passed, his spiritual power was completely restored, and the progress of refining was a little faster. If he wanted to completely refine this entrance, he needed at least 4 complicated processes. Yang Chen was now carrying out the first and easiest step, which was to fix this space point so that he could touch it at any time. The speculation of the cultivation method was indeed somewhat unrealistic. Yang Chen only found out after he started. Of course, this was also because Yang Chen did not understand it, so there would be such a problem. Fortunately, the first process was not too complicated and dangerous. Yang Chen could carefully adjust during the refining process, so that there would not be any accidents. This process alone took Yang Chen half a year's time. When Yang Chen finally finished the process, 10 months had passed in the outside world. Sure, Yang Chen's body sat up, and he finally woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Gong Suanling's smiling face. In the mountain river geographical map, any movement of Yang Chen could be known by Gong Sunling. As soon as he sat up, he alarmed Gong Sunling and quickly appeared in front of Yang Chen. "You woke up." Gong Sunling was purely happy, and there was an uncontrollable smile on her face. Although she didn't know why Yang Chen had to sleep, she supported any decision made by Yang Chen. It's just that Yang Chen slept for 10 months, and the women couldn't help but worry. If Li Cheng hadn't repeatedly said that Yang Chen was fine, Gong Sunling couldn't help but try to wake up Yang Chen. Soon, Gaou, Shashanshan, Sun Qingxue also appeared in front of Yang Chen one after another, and so did Li Cheng. When he saw Yang Chen, he didn't say anything and gave Yang Chen a punch first. "You really have a deep cover," Li Cheng teased Yang Chen, and said with a smile on his face, "I almost made a fool of myself." "Big brother, same to you." Yang Chen responded with a smile, and his face was also full of uncontrollable happiness. After completing the first step of refining, Yang Chen would no longer have to enter a dream to get in touch with the entrance to the beheading immortal platform. As long as he was willing, he could enter the beheading immortal platform anytime and anywhere. Of course, Yang Chen had no plans to go in yet. What made him happy was that, in the battle with Li Cheng, he had learned a lot about the application of divine sense, as well as the benefits of purifying and condensing divine sense and spiritual power. This was a secret that could not be understood from anywhere. Everyone knew that whether it was spiritual awareness or spiritual power, the purer and more condensed the better, but to what extent, even Yang Chen did not have a specific concept in his previous life. Even if Yang Chen had reached the realm of Great Principle Golden Immortal in his previous life, he had never refined his spiritual awareness and spiritual power to the level of Li Cheng. At best, it was better than his current self. After really seeing Li Cheng's purity, Yang Chen really understood what kind of terrifying power it was, and it also gave Yang Chen a more specific direction for his future cultivation. "Those guys outside, what's the situation now?" After everyone greeted each other, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask about the masters who were hunting for treasures. Chapter 1070. Some people are still looking for it, and some people are already fighting. Gong Sunling had the mountain river geographical map in her hand. She was almost the best candidate for inquiring about the news, and immediately replied. This was a normal situation. Those old guys were not working together. After opening the portal, it meant that everyone had to fight separately. Few people paid attention to the people on the side of the entrance portal. Some people didn't find it at all, and some people found it and felt that it was not worth working on them. They still had to rely on the illusion to cover, and they planned to fish in troubled waters. What could they do by staying at the door? The 4 women have made progress again, and even Sun Qingxue, who had the worst cultivation base, has entered the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. Yang Chen originally thought that he and Li Cheng were the 2 with the lowest realm, but when he looked closely, he found that he was the only one in the early stage of the Yuanying stage. Li Cheng didn't know when he quietly entered the realm of the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. His cultivation was getting more and more unfathomable. Only your cultivation base is the lowest. Li Cheng seemed to see through Yang Chen's thoughts, and he smiled and said, if you don't hurry up, you will have to look at the faces of a few sisters-in-law. The joke was a joke, but Yang Chen also had to pay attention to this problem. It was not that he wanted face, it was really that he refined the entrance of the immortal beheading stage in the dream, recalling great law, and the cultivation of his body's spiritual power fell behind a lot. It was impossible to sense the specific situation of the body in the dream. Yang Chen discovered in reality that his body had reached a bottleneck and was in a state of urgent need to break through. Not to mention, in the battle with Li Cheng, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, he didn't know how many heavy blows he had suffered, and his skin and flesh were much stronger than before. Even the weak internal organs, under tens of thousands of internal organ shocks, were unconsciously tempered by the body refining technique and entered the realm of breakthrough. Such an opportunity, if he didn't seize it, Yang Chen would be an idiot. After hurriedly greeting Li Cheng and the four women, Yang Chen quickly entered a state of retreat. The main purpose of this retreat was the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. With the tempering of the battle with Li Cheng, it was even more effective than Yang Chen's boring practice of the body refining technique for decades. In less than half a year, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique rushed to the peak of river-turning strength. His entire body's flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs had undergone a complete transformation. Compared to his original middle stage, he was at least twice as strong. Whether it was in terms of strength, endurance, or the density of his bones, they had all increased by at least 2 times. His pure physical strength was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even in the immortal world, only a few yellow turban warriors could reach this level. The toughness of his body simply surpassed that of many ordinary magic treasures. An ordinary flying sword wouldn't be able to cause any damage. It wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin. Even if Yang Chen did not use the Dragon Clan Golden Bell to protect his body, the physical body of the peak river turning power was enough to withstand at least the powerful attack of the late Darching stage. The higher the level of the body refining technique, Yang Chen's body seemed to have more luck. The original pure strength would bring some effects on the speed. After entering the peak river turning power, the reaction speed of the muscles almost doubled. He believed that if he fought with Li Cheng again, Li Cheng would definitely feel the terrifying attack speed. This benefit alone made Yang Chen happy from ear to ear. It must be known that those yellow turban strongman in the immortal world, if they wanted to cultivate from the high river turning power to the peak, it was impossible without hundreds of years of hard work. The immortal body had the power of the immortal body refining technique, but the difficulty was doubled. The improvement of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique directly affected the cultivation of spirit power. The changes in the body would be directly reflected in the cultivation of spirit power. Yang Chen's stagnation in the early Yuanying stage finally loosened. Under Yang Chen's efforts, he finally broke through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. At the moment of breaking through the middle Yuanying stage, Yang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Li Cheng's pure and powerful spirit power and spiritual awareness would be the direction of Yang Chen's cultivation. In the past, he only considered the improvement of the cultivation base. Although there was also refining the spirit power and spiritual awareness, it was not the main direction. From Li Cheng, Yang Chen saw the huge benefits after purification and condensation, and it was still too late to adjust in time. You must know that as the cultivation base gets higher and higher, if you want to refine the spirit power and spiritual awareness, it will take at least 10 times or even dozens of times more energy than when the cultivation base is low. The lower the realm, the better the effect, and the less time it will take. This point was the same as the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The more tribulations that have been experienced, the stronger the body, the more difficult it would be to change in the future. The same was true for spirit power and spiritual awareness, so it was best to take advantage of the current awareness, to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. The cultivation method of the original spirit power in his hand, Yang Chen originally planned to use it when he hit the bottleneck, but now it seemed that it was not necessary. In the battle with Li Cheng, Yang Chen also found that although his own spirit power attack was strong, after all, there were several kinds of spirit power that were not the original spirit power, and they could not compete with Li Cheng's spirit power at all. When resisting, it was the few kinds of non-original spirit power that collapsed first. Now that he realized this, Yang Chen no longer reserved. At the end of the retreat, Yang Chen called the 4 women in front of him. The 4 women all cultivated a kind of original spirit power, which was in line with their own attributes. Gaou cultivated the 10th water true secret art, Shishanshan cultivated the 7th metal true secret art, Sun Qingxue cultivated the 1st wood true secret art, and Gong Sunling cultivated the 5th earth true secret art. In Yang Chen's hands, he now had all the other cultivation methods except the 3rd fire true secret art, and the original spirit power was still short of the 2nd wood true essence. Speaking of it, except for Sun Qingxue's wood attribute 2nd wood true essence, the other 3 women already had the conditions to cultivate the 2nd kind of original spirit power. Gaou first got the 9th water true secret art and the 9th water spiritual liquid, and Shishanshan got the 8th metal true secret art and the 8th metal spiritual liquid. Gong Sunling and Sun Qingxue were a little regretful. There was no 2nd wood true essence, and the 6th earth true essence was only the amount of one person's cultivation. Relatively speaking, the 6th earth true secret art was not a big problem. As long as Yang Chen cultivated it, and then Gong Sunling through double cultivation, it was enough for Gong Sunling to cultivate it. The last time the 5th earth true secret art was cultivated like this. The only one who was a little disappointed was the youngest Sun Qingxue. She was now the one with the lowest cultivation base, and because of the lack of 2nd wood true essence, she could not cultivate the 2nd wood true secret art. Everyone had it, but she did not, and she seemed a little depressed. Chapter 1071. Little Shui, it's not that my husband is biased, but I really haven't found it yet. Yang Chen could only comfort Sun Qingxue alone. It couldn't be helped, whether it was the memory of his previous life or the immortal executioner's platform, there was no news of the Emu true essence. Even if Yang Chen was strong, he couldn't cook without rice. It doesn't matter, husband. Sun Qingxue was not that kind of stingy person, otherwise she would not be accepted by Shishanshan. As a cultivator, she naturally knew that this path of fate couldn't be forced, so she only lost for a while and recovered. Speaking of which, Yang Chen was also in a bad mood. He had always treated the 4 women in a relatively balanced manner, but this time because he didn't find the Emu true secret art, it made Sun Qingxue regret. I have already cultivated the 1st wood true secret art, people can't be so greedy. Sun Qingxue leaned on Yang Chen's arms and in turn enlightened Yang Chen. She also saw that Yang Chen seemed to be somewhat upset because he couldn't find the Emu true secret art. Husband, don't worry about it. Sun Qingxue was open-minded. If it wasn't for Yang Chen, she could only rely on the devil's tribulation to abolish her own cultivation base and recultivate. Moreover, it could only be those wood attribute cultivation methods of the Blue Cloud sect, and it was impossible to come into contact with the 1st wood true secret art. Now that she had the 1st wood true secret art, Sun Qingxue was already very satisfied. Don't worry, I will definitely find the Emu true essence. Yang Chen tightened his arm around Sun Qingxue and gave her a promise, even if I don't consider you, I will not lack a Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art. Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, what is that? Sun Qingxue was curious and couldn't help but ask. Not only Sun Qingxue, but even Gaou, Shishanshan, and Gong Sunling were equally curious. Several pairs of eyes looked over at the same time, waiting for Yang Chen to explain. It can't be. Li Cheng was not far away. Of course, he also heard Yang Chen's words. He suddenly realized something and looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. Don't tell me you want to cultivate all of your spiritual source. Li Cheng's words made all the women understand the meaning of this Great Yin Yang 5 elements secret art. They couldn't help but be greatly surprised. All of them looked at Yang Chen in shock. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had reached the all-attribute foundation establishment stage, and everyone also knew that he had reached the all-attribute core condensation stage. However, the women only thought that Yang Chen had cultivated 5 kinds of spiritual power. Although they had cultivated the same attribute of spiritual power as Yang Chen during the dual cultivation, the women only thought that it was a combination of 5 elements. They did not expect that it turned out to be a combination of yin and yang. The simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements and the simultaneous cultivation of yin and yang were 2 completely different concepts. Similarly, there were 2 completely different difficulties. This didn't even need any explanation. The difference between cultivating 5 kinds of spiritual power and 10 kinds of spiritual power at the same time could be imagined in terms of quantity. Doubling the number meant at least 10 times more difficulty. When they thought that Yang Chen was actually cultivating yin and yang and the 5 elements, and his spiritual power was still the same as everyone else, just a little behind, the women couldn't help but have the urge to hit the wall. In addition to Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, and Gong Sunling were recognized as cultivation geniuses in their respective sect, but they only majored in one kind of spiritual power. In this case, they were only a little ahead of Yang Chen, especially Shi Shanshan. When she knew Yang Chen, she had already begun to condense her Dan, at least 100 more years of cultivation. But now, not only was she caught up by Gong Sunling, but also by Yang Chen. Gong Sunling was fine. The characteristics of the mountain river geographical map were equivalent to countless masters helping Gong Sunling. Being surpassed by Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan was not discouraged. But Yang Chen cultivated less than her for 100 years, and at the same time cultivated 10 kinds of spiritual power. With such speed, if Shi Shanshan was a rare genius in 1,000 years, then what was Yang Chen? Ivildor. In the past, when Shi Shanshan was alone and used Yang Chen to decline those young talents, I don't know how many people persuaded Shi Shanshan not to be dragged down by Yang Chen, a mediocre person. Now that I think about it, how funny those people were. If Yang Chen was considered mediocre, then what about those people? Pigs. Fortunately, now Yang Chen was Shi Shanshan's husband, and before that, Yang Chen used an absolute way to overwhelm Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan did not have much unconvinced thoughts. It was just that when she thought of this fact, she felt an unreal feeling. I have this plan. Yang Chen answered Li Cheng's question with affirmative words, and also frankly told Li Cheng for the time being, I still lack the 3rd fire true secret art and the 2nd wood true essence. If I can find these 2, I can basically complete the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art of this younger brother. In this regard, Li Cheng's response was to directly extend his right hand and then raise a big thumb. After holding it in front of Yang Chen for a while, he said to Yang Chen with contempt, pig brain. Yang Chen did not have any reaction, but the 4 women had already raised their eyebrows. Although the one who spoke was their husband's sworn brother, it did not prevent them from looking at Li Cheng coldly. Their husband was so amazing, but he even said that he had a pig brain. What did it mean? Does Big Brother think that the origin of spirit power can't be cultivated at the same time? Yang Chen was very impressed by Li Cheng's cultivation base. He did not know what method he used to purify the spirit power to that point. Since Li Cheng said so, there must be his reason. Yang Chen decisively ignored Li Cheng's words and humbly asked for advice. Whether the origin of spirit power can be cultivated at the same time, this is not a problem. Unexpectedly, Li Cheng did not have much to say on this issue. Since you have cultivated, there is no trouble, there will be no problem. Then Big Brother's meaning? Yang Chen was a little confused. Li Cheng scolded him for having a pig brain. What did this mean? You don't believe me when I say that you have a pig brain. You have collected so much origin of spirit power. Li Cheng scolded him again. Take a good look around and think with your pig brain. Why is the spiritual power of the Earth Meridian exhausted in such a big place? As soon as Li Cheng asked this question, Yang Chen suddenly seemed to catch something. Without saying anything, he flew up and began to observe carefully in the air. The 4 women were also unwilling to be left behind. They all rushed Yang Chen into the air and began to observe. The place where the mental demon sect was sealed was almost surrounded by various plants. Previously, everyone was focused on the treasures of the mental demon sect, but they ignored these ordinary plants. Now everyone discovered that there were very few trees that belonged to the first wood. Almost all of them were vines and herbs of the emu category. Since the array that sealed the mental demon sect had not failed, It meant that the spiritual power of the Earth meridian was enough. Why would the spiritual meridian here be exhausted? Yang Chen suddenly had an idea. Could it be that in this invisible underground, there was a large array that collected all kinds of spiritual liquid used to collect the Emu spiritual liquid? Chapter 1072. This huge area had all the conditions for the production of the second wood true essence. The area was large enough, there were enough second wood, and the spiritual power was abundant. Speaking of the abundance of spiritual power, of course, those dried-up spiritual veins seemed a bit abnormal, but on the other hand, wasn't the spiritual power concentrated in the second wood true essence? Whether it was the first wood true essence or the second wood true essence, those monsters that became monsters with spiritual wisdom would not produce it. Only the naturally growing first wood and second wood would form a trace over a long period of time. If he wanted to collect it, he must use a certain collection formation. This area, because it was sealed, there was no demonic chi invasion, and there was no second wood monster beast, which fully met the conditions. The more Yang Chen observed, the more inclined his heart was to this point. However, the inclination could not be certain, but if Li Cheng was added, then there was basically a 90% certainty. If this was the case, then those guys worked hard to find any cultivation method or magic weapon. It was purely buying the casket and returning the pearls. The real treasure, one was the origin history of the heart demon sect that Yang Chen found, and the other was the hidden second wood true essence. As for the cultivation method of refining the space point, it was only a speculated cultivation method. For the time being, it could only prove a small part of the first half. The latter part still needed time to prove, and it was impossible to judge whether it was a big benefit. Please give us detailed instructions, Big Brother. Yang Chen had a characteristic after his rebirth, that was, he was humble, and he would never pretend to understand. So when he couldn't judge the specific location, Yang Chen would never hesitate to ask for advice from people who understood. The four women hadn't figured out what Li Cheng was talking about for the time being, but they all followed Yang Chen and surrounded Yang Chen and Li Cheng, waiting for Li Cheng's guidance. In this area, it is likely that there is a large array to collect the second wood true essence. Li Cheng did not keep them guessing and said directly. As soon as these words came out, the girls exclaimed. Especially Sun Qingxue, she was surprised and didn't know what to do. Now, everyone finally understood why Yang Chen was scolded by Li Cheng for having a pig's brain when he was comforting Sun Qingxue. If it weren't for Li Cheng's sensitivity, perhaps everyone would have easily let go of this most precious benefit. But it was not too late now, the women did not have the urgency to cultivate, all of them were waiting for Li Cheng, waiting for him to point out the possible place to collect the array formation. According to Yang Chen's judgment, if this array was to exist, it would definitely be underground. The situation above ground could be seen at a glance, and there was no trace of an array at all. Moreover, the spiritual power was exhausted, which was definitely not the appearance of the second wood true essence. But the underground was so big, and there was no spiritual power escaping. How could he find the Emu true essence that might exist? Li Cheng couldn't do anything about it. He just judged that there was likely to be second wood true essence based on the situation here, but he didn't know where it was. Listening to Li Cheng and Yang Chen's words, the four women were somewhat discouraged. Was there anything more depressing than knowing there was a treasure but not being able to find it? Don't worry, take your time to find it. Yang Chen was not that impatient. One man's plan was short, and everyone's plan was long. Even if they couldn't find it, weren't there many helpers? With so many masters, even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, are we afraid that we won't be able to find it? Yang Chen hurriedly pointed in several directions, and the women understood. Weren't those masters who entered the mental demon sect looking for cultivation methods and magic weapons? However, could those things compare to the original spiritual power of the Emu true essence? These many exhausted spiritual veins had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. How much original spiritual power had been accumulated? Yang Chen didn't believe that those guys wouldn't be tempted after knowing it. It was easy to spread the news, as long as a few people put on a different search appearance. First, they would find a random direction to explore, and let those old devils know that they were looking for some places where there was no possibility of the mental demon sex relics, and they would soon attract the attention of those old devils. "What are you looking for?" Just as everyone pretended to be immersed in searching carefully, a very gentle and attractive voice interjected. This person's voice was very comfortable, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. It was as if the natural tone of a family was easy to make people defenseless. "Emu true essence." Yang Chen almost blurted out, but then he immediately realized something and quickly covered his mouth. Li Cheng and the women quickly gathered together, and then put on a defensive posture. "Is there emu true essence here?" As the gentle voice sounded again, at least 10 old devils appeared around them, distributed in all directions, and surrounded everyone. Sun Qingxue immediately activated the Black Tortoise shield to protect everyone. The two sides once again formed a standoff. Needless to say anything else, as long as they said that they were looking for the emu true essence, these old devils were all knowledgeable people, and it was easy to infer from the many traces shown in this sealed place. Before, everyone just didn't think in this direction. Now that Yang Chen and the others reminded them, they suddenly felt that it made sense. The ones who really found the cultivation methods and magic weapons were the dozen or so old devils who came in first, and most of the others were just picking up the scraps. Although they also found a lot of materials or magic weapons that had been passed down to this day, they had little to do with controlling the heart demons. These old guys have been staying here. On the one hand, they wanted to try their luck and see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. On the other hand, they also intended to find some opportunities to seize from the hands of others. Moreover, there was no demonic chi here. Everyone used this place to cultivate without any interference and consolidate their cultivation base. Now they suddenly discovered that there was probably the existence of the emu true essence, the original spiritual power. Suddenly, the old guys no longer had any plans to cultivate and began to search for it. Even Yang Chen and the others didn't pay attention to them. No one was a fool, especially these old devils who had lived for God knows how many years. Who knew how much emu true essence was left behind after being sealed here for tens of thousands of years? But one thing was certain, even if they were given a lot of it to each of them, it would not be less than their share. At first, there were more than a dozen old devils who knew about it, but after a few days, more and more old devils knew about it. Finally, all the old guys knew that there was probably the emu true essence hidden here, so a large group of old devils began the process of digging 3 feet into the ground to find the emu true essence. Yang Chen and the others, in this army, were not eye-catching at all. Chapter 1073. Who didn't covet the original spiritual power? Even if he didn't have a wood attribute physique, he couldn't resist the preciousness of this emu true essence. Not to mention anything else, even if it was used to exchange for spirit stones, a drop of emu true essence was enough to exchange for dozens of kilograms of high-grade spirit stones. How many drops could be accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years? Money could move people's hearts, especially these old devils who were extremely greedy. Who wouldn't be tempted to get the news of the emu true essence? Even those old guys who had already obtained cultivation methods and magic treasures temporarily stopped pondering and changed to look for the emu true essence. Cultivation methods could be cultivated at any time, but the emu true essence was not something that could be obtained after this village. They said that they didn't care about the interference of Yang Chen and the other little guys, but in fact, they couldn't do anything to the Xuanwu shield. But in essence, none of these old devils were willing to share it with others. Some guys who found some records of the Demon Heart sect began to carefully look through the records to see if there was any explanation about the emu true essence. More people began to infer where the emu true essence should be. It had to be said that these old guys had high enough cultivation and broad enough knowledge. Soon after, according to the terrain of the mountains and rivers here, plus the distribution of plants, a few old devils roughly calculated where they would be if they wanted to collect the emu true essence. Among the old devils who first determined several locations, there were 4 wood attribute monster clan and 7 Daoist devil cultivators who were also wood attribute. They themselves were of the wood attribute and had a deeper understanding of the emu true essence than others, so they were able to determine the possible locations first. A purposeful exploration was completely different from a blind man riding a blind horse to try his luck. They didn't know that there were good things underground. It turned out that the seventh metal true essence had existed underground in the mining area of the demon sect for many years without anyone asking about it. Now that they knew there was the emu true essence, it was 10,000 times easier to find it. The old devils were on guard against each other, and no one wanted others to know the location they had found. However, no one thought that Yang Chen's divine sense was watching their every move. The sealed demon heart sect was too big, tens of thousands of miles in radius. Thousands of old devils scattered, like a drop of water into the sea, immediately disappearing without a trace. Yang Chen, on the other hand, had a target in mind. He did not look for others, but specifically looked for wood attribute demon experts. Sure enough, they soon discovered this small group of old fiends. The places that these 11 old devils had discovered were scattered in a valley with a radius of several dozen li. From this point of view, it could basically be concluded that the emu true essence was distributed here. It was just that the specific location was slightly different. This was a matter of the benevolent seeing benevolence and the wise seeing wisdom. To Yang Chen and the others, these old villains were simply their vanguards. Hidden in the sea-pouring jasper cup, Yang Chen and others quietly hid in a hidden corner 100 miles away, carefully observing the movements of more than a dozen old devils. No one would find out. Since everyone was gathered in this valley, the dozen or so old demons seemed to have a tacit understanding and didn't make any noise. After a brief discussion, they each found a direction to search in detail. Everyone understood that this second wood true essence could not be eaten by one person alone. In such a small area, no matter who found something, it would alarm others. Unless these guys had a magic weapon like the sea-pouring jasper cup, it would be impossible to hide from others. However, the benefits were only limited to these 11. The other old devils were brainlessly trying their luck everywhere. If they could find the second wood true essence like that, then the second wood true essence was too simple. The old devils thought that they had succeeded, but they did not expect that they were not the only smart people. Knowing that wood attribute guys could find the second wood true essence more easily, in addition to Yang Chen and the others, there were others. The sea-pouring jasper cup was not the only way to hide the figure and shield the spiritual awareness. At least in Yang Chen's hands, there were a lot of fibers found from the demonized vine, which could also do the same. And similar methods, among those thousands of old devils, at least hundreds of people had completely different means. Almost at the same time, in 4 directions, 4 openings were violently opened. In these 4 openings, all of them had the aura of the second wood true essence, and it was the second wood true essence spiritual solution that had been condensed into a liquid. The appearance of the second wood true essence spiritual solution was like a fuse that was suddenly ignited, and then the whole situation exploded. The 4 old devils who opened the openings, before they had time to further explore, were besieged by the guys hiding in the dark from all directions. The guys who had been practicing in the demon continent for hundreds of years, which one was a fuel-efficient lamp? Even those would attribute old devils who had found the right direction had been on guard. As soon as someone made a move, they immediately fought back without thinking about it. Dozens of miles of the valley, hundreds of Darching stage masters attacked at the same time, and the aftermath of spiritual power alone directly raised the valley to the ground. The huge momentum shocked all the masters distributed in a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and without exception, they rushed in this direction. What else could have caused such a commotion at this time? There was no other explanation except for the discovery of the second wood true essence. The original tacit understanding between the old devils to guard the ruins for hundreds of years was broken with the discovery of the second wood true essence. The entire valley had become a big arena for the old devils to fight to the death, and no one could stay out of it. With the old devils joining in from all directions, the scale of the battle further expanded. Apart from himself, everyone else was an enemy. Everyone used all of their trump cards and launched their killing moves at everyone else regardless of the consequences. In the midst of the melee, no one would notice that there were several seriously injured old devils. After their figures were beaten, they strangely disappeared into the void, as if they had never appeared. In the eyes of everyone, there was only the second wood true essence spiritual solution. The melee of hundreds of Darching stage masters turned the entire valley upside down. More than 10 miles away, the 4 openings that were originally opened were now almost connected together. What did this mean? It meant that the second wood true essence spiritual solution below was simply crazy. Since they had already made their move, these old guys who had endured for hundreds of years had no intention of suppressing it anymore. Even if so much second wood true essence spiritual solution was enough for each of them to become a rich man after they divided it equally, but the anger that had been provoked, how could it be easily suppressed? Of course, more importantly, a strong demonic energy, unknowingly, had already permeated around everyone, seemingly affecting everyone's mood. Chapter 1074. A master of the Darching stage was a master of the Darching stage. When Yang Chen collected various kinds of spiritual solution before, the cultivators he met, as long as their spiritual awareness explored the spiritual solution, they would be pulled into the spiritual solution and die. However, there were exceptions. Darching stage masters generally would not have this kind of situation. In the past, the first and second city lords of the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave could easily reach the first wood spiritual solution pool and they were safe and sound, but they did not have a good way to collect the first wood spiritual solution at that time. Now this group of old devils of the Darching stage was the same, fighting over the spiritual solution, but they were not affected by the second wood spiritual solution at all. However, those who were injured and accidentally fell into the second wood spiritual solution were not so lucky. They were already injured, and when they were invaded by the second wood spiritual solution, they could not control their bodies for a while. Although they did not explode like the Yuanying stage masters, they could only leave the power to protect themselves, but they could no longer move. The aftermath of the attack above swept directly through these poor guys without mercy. They were unable to move and were deeply knocked into the Emu spiritual solution, and never appeared again. The old devils have endured for hundreds of years. Everyone has been careful to guard against each other for such a long time. Now that they were provoked by the battle at the beginning and were plotted by the invisible demonic chi, no one could suppress this kind of mood to vent, and they fought to their heart's content. Within a few days, almost all the old devils in the entire sealed place had rushed over. As soon as everyone came in, they joined the battle crazily as if they were possessed. No one wanted to hand over the Emu spiritual liquid that had been exposed. As long as there was such a little thought, under the amplification of the demonic chi, it became the effect of a melee. It was the first time that people in the mortal world saw such a battle scene with thousands of Darching stage masters. The scene was magnificent and the effect was amazing. Your flying sword seems to be getting more and more powerful. Li Cheng certainly understood who was behind the scenes. Watching Yang Chen release the 9 secluded flying sword a little bit to affect those old devils, he couldn't help but sigh. One of the benefits of going to that valley. Yang Chen did not hide it from Li Cheng. After fighting with Li Cheng, the relationship between the two seemed to be closer. Killing the demonized vine, the 9 secluded flying sword was indeed one of the benefits. The other benefit was that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was promoted from the middle level to the high level, and he got a huge devilish bead. Thanks to the addition of those mysterious fibers, the 9 nether flying sword, which had been reforged, now had the effect of shielding the 6 senses. This was why it had been so awe-inspiring on this occasion, but the old devil hadn't been able to detect any clues. Gong Sunling was happily picking up cheap things on the periphery. As long as there was a single injured master, Yang Chen and Li Cheng would secretly make him faint, and then Gong Sunling would leave these poor guys in the Chenkuan bag and receive them into the Mountain River geographical map. In just 2 or 3 days, there were more than 20 Darching stage old devils in Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map, and it was still unbeknownst to anyone. Seeing those who were beaten into the second wood true essence liquid sink into the spiritual liquid, she, who had experienced the 7th metal true essence liquid with Yang Chen, certainly knew the fate of those people. It was a pity. If these dead guys could be received into the Mountain River geographical map, wouldn't it be more exciting? Gong Sunling's pity was naturally seen by Yang Chen. Of course, the more masters in the Mountain River geographical map, the better. However, the current Mountain River geographical map still lacked a very necessary function, that was, to purify and condense spiritual power. After fighting with Li Cheng, Yang Chen thoroughly understood how powerful pure spiritual power and spiritual awareness were. Gong Suanling's current cultivation base was the highest, but it was because the masters in the Mountain River geographical map provided her with a steady stream of spiritual power. If Gong Sunling was a dragon, even if it was a dragon like Xiao Tian, Yang Chen didn't need to worry. But now, Yang Chen had to worry about Gong Sunling. Absorbing so many different spiritual powers, of course, the spiritual power cultivation base would be very high, but after ascending, it would take a lot of effort to purify these spiritual powers. The best way was to refine the Mountain River geographical map again and increase the function of purifying spiritual power. At the same time, Gong Sunling also had to purify and condense her current spiritual power as much as possible. This was the right way. The masters outside were fighting for their lives, and he just took this time to ask Li Cheng for advice. Big brother, a Ling's spiritual power is a bit mixed. Is there any way to make those spiritual powers more pure in the Mountain River geographical map? With Li Cheng, a great master with pure spiritual power, how could Yang Chen let it go? Naturally, he put on a posture of humbly seeking advice and asked Li Cheng for advice. Even if you don't ask, I will say it later. Li Cheng was prepared, and when Yang Chen asked, he immediately answered. Listening to it was related to herself. Gong Sunling also turned her head and listened carefully. A Ling, your current spiritual power is a bit mixed and impure. Although your cultivation base is high, your real combat effectiveness is not as good as Shanshan's. Yang Chen was not afraid of Gong Suanling's sadness, and directly said the problem. Of course, this is my fault, I didn't refine the Mountain River geographical map well. Gong Sunling was in the Demon Continent these days. With the Mountain River geographical map, it could be said that she was almost successful. But in front of her husband and her husband's sworn brother, she was very respectful. In particular, Yang Chen said that her spiritual power was not pure, and even Li Cheng nodded in agreement. There must be some problems. Your situation is like eating a demonic bead. If you want to adjust in the future, it will take a lot of energy. Li Cheng on the side said, the gain is not worth the loss, it is better to eradicate the future trouble from now on. Please point out, Big Brother. Gong Sunling also followed Yang Chen to call Li Cheng Big Brother. Li Cheng said this, obviously to help. Gong Sunling hurriedly saluted. 2 ways. Li Cheng was not polite, and directly stretched out 2 fingers and said, first, refine the Mountain River geographical map, and in the future, the spiritual power provided to you by the Mountain River geographical map is the purified spiritual power. I have a refining method here, which is the most suitable for your situation, but it will take at least 200 or 300 years. It takes 200 or 300 years to refine the Mountain River geographical map, it's worth it. Yang Chen next to him directly answered, the methods in his memory, which would take hundreds or thousands of years, now it only took 200 years, it was really worth it. Second, from now on, you, including everyone, must refine and purify your own spiritual power. Li Cheng was not polite at all, and included everyone in it. I can fight against your husband's yin-yang 5 elements secret art and earth evil dipper formation, relying on the purity of my spiritual power. Chapter 1075. It could be said that in this regard, Li Cheng did not hide the slightest bit, it was simply selfless guidance. However, how to condense and purify the spiritual power, he did not continue to say more. Every sect had a similar method, and every cultivation method had a different method, and so on and so forth. As long as the direction is pointed out, everyone can naturally pay attention to it in their cultivation. They will not seek speed, but seek refinement, and their future achievements will definitely be different. On this side, Li Cheng has handed over the refining method to Gong Sunling, and instructed her to start to refine her own life source magic weapon. Because it has been tempered by the life source magic weapon, the Mountain River geographical map can be used at any time. With this refining method, Gong Sunling can even use the masters in the Mountain River geographical map to complete this process. For the time being, Gong Suanling's hidden danger was solved, and everyone was more and more happy. Watching the masters outside killing each other, they still took 1 or 2 stragglers and waited for the final result to come out. After being immersed in the demonic energy of the Demon Continent for a long time, after experiencing the crazy fratricide at the beginning, someone finally realized that something was wrong and noticed the existence of the demonic energy. Those who had already obtained the cultivation method and magic weapon were the first to wake up. After discovering that something was wrong, they were shocked and separated to wake up the guys who had fallen into the outbreak of the Heart Devil. As a result, the battle group was finally divided. All those who could be awakened were awakened, and those who couldn't be awakened were first seriously injured so that they lost their ability to act. In the end, everyone was divided into several different groups, eyeing each other and being careful. As soon as the number of people was counted, hundreds of Darching stage masters were lost in this scuffle alone, and there were more than 100 who fell into the Heart Devil and were seriously injured. Among the remaining people, more than half of them were injured, and the ones who were intact were more than 100. Yang Chen had already taken back the 9 secluded flying sword. A group of 6 people, under the double cover of the sea-pouring Jasper Cup and the Mountain River geographical map, no one could find their traces. They hid on the side, waiting to see the next development of the situation. There is so much second wood spiritual solution, enough for everyone to share. Why should we let those who fish in troubled waters benefit? The one who said this was one of the first dozen old devils who came in. In fact, these groups were all led by these old devils. Everyone nodded in agreement. Previously, they had lost their minds and killed each other crazily. It was simply unreasonable. He had been able to endure for hundreds of years, but he had actually let his guard down at this moment. The emu wood spiritual solution was not so easy to collect. All the people present were well informed and they all understood this truth. Except for the few wood attribute monster clans, it was estimated that other people could not directly refine the emu wood spiritual solution. Finding the emu spiritual solution was only the beginning. He still needed to find a way to collect it before he could succeed. Everyone, back off and occupy a position. Let's collect them according to our own abilities. How about it? Someone immediately suggested. This senseless slaughter seemed to have frightened everyone. Everyone could collect it based on their own ability, and others could not interfere. This was the best method. In every group, there was actually someone who knew how to collect the emu true essence, but it turned into a spiritual liquid, which was a little more difficult. As long as everyone had the chance to make a move, they would be able to collect quite a lot. Just as the old devil said at the beginning, with so much spiritual liquid, they would be able to collect it. The number of people in several groups was about the same. After the leaders discussed with others, they all agreed to this approach. There was so much emu wood spiritual solution and they were fighting to the death. After everyone collected it, even if they made a move again, they could grab it from the other party. It was much better than doing it like this. Those who had fallen into their heart demons and could not wake up were fought over by several groups. After all, there were more than 100 people. No matter which group they joined, it was a powerful force. But when everyone turned their attention to those people, they were stunned to find that those seriously injured and unconscious guys had disappeared without a trace. This discovery made the old devils shocked for a while. How could it be possible to take people away under their noses? What kind of cultivation base was needed to do this? Everyone was on high alert as they carefully scanned their surroundings. However, no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the culprit behind it. Everyone was shocked and scared. They were on guard against each other. According to the previous agreement, they were distributed in several directions. Until someone tried to collect the emu wood spiritual solution, there was no movement. Only then did they feel a little relieved. Then several groups sent people to guard while sending people to collect. They began the process of being suspicious. Yang Chen's group of 6, after receiving the more than 100 seriously injured guys into the Mountain River geographical map, quietly at the edge of the Mountain River geographical map that several forces did not pay attention to, they quietly slipped into the second wood spiritual solution and quickly drilled to the bottom. Now Yang Chen knew a lot about the origin spiritual solution. In such a situation, there would be emu spirit crystals below. It was not too late to collect the emu wood spiritual solution after collecting those first. He could not leave the good things to these old devils. The old devils supervised each other, but there was no way to detect the movement in the emu wood spiritual solution. There was no way around it. There was a suction force when their spiritual awareness probed into it. Although they could resist it, It was wishful thinking to know the movement in the spiritual solution. The mountain river geographical map protected everyone all the way to the bottom of the spiritual solution. Sure enough, there were a large number of emu wood spirit crystals. There was no need to be polite about the good things. Li Cheng took action and directly fished all of them back one by one, and then divided them into 5, Yang Chen's family and Li Cheng equally. Next, it was time to collect the emu wood spiritual solution. Li Cheng and Yang Chen were not polite. Yang Chen held the gourd, Li Cheng held the jade bottle, and with the mountain river geographical map, they frantically collected it. The liquid level of the emu wood spiritual solution began to drop slowly. Of course, such an opportunity, Yang Chen would not just use it to collect it. The blood phantom vine flying sword was originally a emu wood flying sword. It just took this opportunity to let the emu wood spiritual solution wash it carefully. Similarly, the body of the medicine garden tool spirit Abai, the current blue jade blood phantom vine was also a powerful 5th grade, and a large amount of emu wood spiritual solution was also injected for Abai to absorb. Abai even used this powerful emu wood spiritual solution to begin to wash the space barrier of the medicine garden in Taishanmen, trying to complete the final integration process. Outside the spiritual solution, the old devils suddenly found that the liquid level of the emu wood spiritual solution was slowly falling, and they were all surprised. It must be a certain force or a few forces that have a way to quickly collect the emu wood spiritual solution. This was not good. Everyone accelerated the collection, and at the same time secretly speculated which force had such a powerful collection method, and what should they do after collecting it. Chapter 1076. After all, it was the original spiritual solution. Even if Yang Chen and Li Cheng collected it at the same time, the impact on the lake surface accumulated by more than 10 miles of spiritual solution was very small. After working hard for a day and a night, the liquid level of the lake only dropped by more than a foot. But this speed was enough to make those old villains tremble with fear. Every force had the means to collect the spiritual solution, but compared to the 2 people who collected it almost like pouring water into a gourd and a jade bottle, their speed was much slower. However, even so, those old devils also collected 1 or 2 jade bottles and continued. No way, no one knew that there would be such a heaven-defying thing here, and as soon as it was discovered, it led to a group fight. There was no time to prepare at all. Now that there was a force that could quickly collect the original spiritual solution, what those old devils could do was to try their best to collect some first, and then keep an eye on the other forces to see which force behaved abnormally, and then wait for the collection to be completed before making plans. Everyone had the same idea. This kind of good thing, if everyone collected it slowly, they might be able to tolerate it. But once a guy could collect a lot, it was bound to cause imbalance among others. Don't worry about scarcity but worry about inequality. This was how contradictions were slowly bred. Yang Chen and Li Cheng were busy collecting the spiritual solution. The 4 women, except for Gong Sunling, began to cultivate their second kind of spiritual power in the mountain river geographical map. Gaoyu's 9th water true secret art, Shashanshan's 8th metal true secret art, and Sun Qingshue's 2nd wood true secret art. With so much second wood spiritual solution, it was enough for Sun Qingxue to easily cultivate the 2nd wood true secret art. The only thing missing was the 6th earth true essence that Gong Sunling needed, but now Gong Suanling's main task was not to cultivate the 6th earth true secret art, but to refine the mountain river geographical map. It had to be said that the refining method given by Li Cheng was indeed extremely powerful. It could refine the mountain river geographical map that had become a life source magic weapon without affecting the use of the mountain river geographical map. The purpose of this sacrificial refining was mainly to achieve the purification of spiritual power on the mountain river geographical map. In this way, the spiritual power provided by the masters in the mountain river geographical map could be easily absorbed by Gong Sunling without worrying about too many side effects. This was a long-term process, and even Li Cheng said that it would take 200 or 300 years. Gong Sunling was not in a hurry, but the beginning of the sacrificial refining was quite troublesome, and Gong Sunling could only work hard. More than 100 seriously injured old devils were taken into the mountain river geographical map and were easily distributed by Gong Sunling within the huge scope of the mountain river geographical map. Without the enemy and without the disturbance of the devil chi, those old devils woke up one after another. Their spiritual power was very abundant, but the magic weapons on their hands had disappeared, and the Qianquan bag was plundered by Gong Sunling. They could only recover from their injuries first, and then try to figure out where they were. What no one knew was that every time they cultivated, it was equivalent to helping Gong Sunling refine the mountain river geographical map and providing a steady stream of spiritual power to Gong Sunling. Collecting the second wood spiritual solution was another long-term process. There was a lot of spiritual solution here. Yang Chen and Li Cheng opened their respective gourds and jade bottles, and they only absorbed 1 foot of the liquid surface a day. It would take a long time to absorb all the spiritual solution that was dozens of feet deep. Yang Chen never thought that he would come here with Li Cheng and participate in this matter, and he would get so many benefits. In this way, Li Cheng's luck was simply deep to the point of no return. With a lot of second wood spiritual solution, Abai's body, the blue jade blood phantom vine, grew extremely strong. In the medicine garden, a space was specially opened to contain the second wood spiritual solution. If someone entered Yang Chen's medicine garden at this moment, they would definitely find 2 huge ponds, one containing the first wood spiritual solution and the other containing the second wood spiritual solution. No matter what kind of spirit medicine it was, it could be taken care of by a Zhu and a Bai. The scouring of a large amount of second wood spiritual solution caused a change in the space barrier. The 100,000-year-old medicine garden space handed over by the Taishanmen finally began to merge with the original bottle medicine garden. However, this time the space difference between the two sides was too big. The fusion was a fusion, but it formed a new layer, instead of directly merging with the original space. In this way, the bottle medicine garden had 3 layers of space. The first layer was the Millennium Spirit Medicine, the second layer was the 10,000-year Spirit Medicine, and the third layer was the 100,000-year Spirit Medicine. A Zhu and a Bai moved their bodies into the third layer of space for the first time. The spiritual power there was more abundant, and with the first wood spiritual solution and the second wood spiritual solution watering, the medicinal herbs there seemed to be more verdant. The green gourd in Yang Chen's hand became more and more emerald green. It had become a pure emerald green. In his hand, it was like a translucent emerald gourd, which was unspeakably cute. These old worms are willing to spend their capital. For the magic weapon refined by the Dragon Clan, Li Cheng seemed a little unbalanced, looking at the changes in the gourd in Yang Chen's hand and muttered. Yang Chen, who got a bargain, obviously did not mean to be a good boy. He just quietly held the gourd and controlled the absorption of the second wood spiritual solution, not showing off at all. Li Cheng muttered a few words, seeing that no one paid attention to him. He also quieted down and focused on his own cultivation. Yang Chen also did not relax his cultivation, but what he was doing now was absorbing the newly received demonic fire. There were many first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade fire seeds in the demonic fire. For Yang Chen, there was no difficulty in absorbing them. Almost at the speed of 1 kind a day, it was quickly absorbed into the profound spirit furnace, and then it was absorbed by Yang Chen into the fire dragon of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. The 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven burning fire suddenly added so many basic fire seeds, and the shape became more and more lifelike. Although it has not yet reached the point of lifelike, the fire dragon has been able to show some horns and scales. He believed that in time, after Yang Chen was able to absorb and integrate higher-grade fire seeds, the details of the fire dragon would become more and more detailed. While absorbing the fire seeds, Yang Chen paid attention to the situation of the 3 women who were cultivating the true source secret art. Because they had cultivated the true source secret art once, so in the second cultivation, the 3 women were familiar with it and there were almost no obstacles. Half a year passed quickly, and the 3 women opened their eyes from the retreat almost at the same time. Every single one of them had an additional aura of origin spiritual force. Because the 3 women were both cultivating yin and yang, their spiritual power cultivation base had once again improved by a small level. Chapter 1077. Sun Qingxue, who had the worst cultivation base, has now stepped into the middle Yuanying stage, and the strongest of the 3 women, Shishanshan, has directly reached the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, and she could break through the bottleneck and enter the late Yuanying stage. After all, it was two kinds of spiritual power, but with the same attribute. After the balance of yin and yang, the power of each of the 5 elements was more powerful than a single type. At this time, the spiritual power of the 3 women had all been converted into the original yin and yang spirit power, and there was no purer cultivation base than theirs. Of course, the purification and condensation of the spiritual power still needed to be carried out constantly. Yang Chen and Li Cheng have emphasized this aspect. Every cultivation method actually has a record of how to purify their own spiritual power. As long as the women cultivate carefully, they can naturally achieve their goals. Because of the dissuasion and explanation of Yang Chen and Li Cheng, the 4 women now do not pursue the high realm of spiritual power at all, but began to pursue the quality of spiritual power. No matter how high the realm was, when they met people like Yang Chen and Li Cheng, they could only be a foil, so it was better to try Li Cheng's method. Everything was going on step by step, and the liquid surface of the second wood spiritual solution began to slowly reach the bottom. The old devils of several forces around collected the second wood spiritual solution they had collected and carefully guarded the surroundings, while collecting the last spiritual solution, waiting for the final outbreak. One or several forces forcibly collected more than 99% of the second wood spiritual solution. They ate the meat and left a little soup base for others. They didn't even intend to leave a little soup, which naturally aroused public anger. Everyone was waiting for the moment to erupt. Each of them had prepared their trump cards in advance. This time, they would absolutely smash some fellows into pieces. As the liquid level decreased, the forces in several directions were getting closer and closer, and finally held together. A small friction was enough to trigger all disputes. When everyone was ready with red eyes, a sudden cough directly detonated this group of Darching stage masters. Boom, all the flying sword, magic weapon metal flew out, and countless kinds of thunder beads exploded wildly. This time, he didn't ask for anything else. He just wanted to grab the massive amount of Yi wood spiritual liquid from the other party. All the old villains went all out to greet their opponents, and none of them showed any mercy. Under this scene, everyone understood that if they killed the other side, they would have more Emu spiritual solution on their side. People die for wealth. Everyone fell into a frenzy of killing. The battle this time was much more tragic than the previous one. Last time, most of them had been attacked by the heart demon, but this time, they had taken the initiative to fight. The ruthlessness of their attacks was unprecedented. For the sake of the massive amount of Emu wood spiritual solution, everyone put down their disguises and mercilessly killed their opponents. None of the forces took the initiative to withdraw from the battle. There was no longer any room for a certain person to retreat rationally in this situation. Anyone who backed out now would be the biggest suspect and would definitely be attacked by everyone. No one dared to do such a thing, and no one wanted to let anyone go. A few guys thought they were smart and wanted to escape first, but they were directly bombarded by the joint attacks. After more than half a month of scuffle, there were only more than 100 old villains left who could fight. The other fellows were either dead or severely injured and unable to move. Even the ones who survived were covered in wounds and exhausted. What was even more terrifying was that the remaining guys suddenly found that they were trapped in a formation in the middle of the battle. Who was the one who set up this array formation? No one knew. Everyone stopped, looked at each other, and then watched those companions who were seriously injured but not dead inexplicably disappear in front of everyone's eyes. Which terrifying force was it that actually wanted to kill all of them in one fell swoop? Among the remaining old villains, the first batch of more than a dozen old villains who entered the ruins of the Heart Demon sect were all there. Just a dozen of them alone had killed at least more than 100 opponents. Which expert is it? Finally, someone asked loudly. It wasn't a big deal to be set up, but it was a shame to be set up in such a silent way. This time, Yang Chen and the others did not let these old villains down and showed up directly. When the 6 figures appeared in front of everyone, those old villains were all dumbfounded and shocked. "It's you guys!" a few people exclaimed on the spot. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. When Yang Chen and Li Cheng first met, there were only 2 in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, and the others were in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. If they hadn't wanted to use Yang Chen to purify the devil chi and open the portal entrance, they would have killed them easily. Because of the strong turtle shell protection, no one could do anything to them. But no one thought that the culprit who made them kill each other turned out to be the 6 weakest little guys. The group of old villains were now exhausted. Not to mention 6 nascent Soul Realm Masters, even 6 Golden Core Realm Juniors could dominate their life and death. In the end, they had never trusted each other. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to kill each other and be taken advantage of by Yang Chen and the others? Forget it, we admit defeat, all the things we get here will belong to you. Someone immediately responded, as long as you let us go, we will definitely offer it with both hands. If it were you, would you let us go? Yang Chen didn't comment, but asked rhetorically. Everyone's heart sank, knowing that this time it was impossible to be good. Yang Chen was right, if it were them, they would never leave anyone away to live, so that they could retaliate in the future. Fight. They were all masters. After so many years of experience in the demon continent, no one had the habit of talking nonsense. As soon as they saw that there was not much hope, they immediately started. No matter what, the old devils were also masters of the darching stage. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. If they tried their best, they might be able to kill 6 Yuanying stage masters and run away. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. As soon as everyone rushed out, there was a blur in front of them. When their vision was clear again, everyone was stunned to find that they didn't know where they were. And around them, there was not even a shadow of a person, only they were alone. A Ling, this time you have gained a lot. Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling happily put away the mountain river geographical map, and couldn't help but exhort the refining method that Big Brother gave you, you can't stop. Just this final fratricide, Gong Sunling had added more than 100 masters of the darching stage, and in the future, the spiritual power would only become more and more mixed. Of course, Gong Sunling knew what was good and bad, and agreed. At this point, the thousands of old devils of the darching stage who had ideas about the Demon Heart Sect site were wiped out, and there was no one left. Chapter 1078. So many masters of the darching stage were all killed in just a few years, and they were still concentrated in a few times. Such a thing was simply unimaginable in the past. With so many masters of the darching stage, to put it bluntly, if they directly killed the major sect, even if the major sect had the last trump card, it was estimated that their vitality would be greatly damaged. The whole process was extraordinarily smooth, and there were only a few people who really wanted to do it. It was entirely because of the greed and mutual distrust of these guys. Otherwise, if they wanted to deal with thousands of masters of the darching stage, even if it was Yang Chen and Li Cheng, it would be the same as sending themselves to death. If it was really so simple, Yang Chen could directly kill the Taishanmen to take revenge and wipe out the hatred. Why bother to arrange so many twists and turns and come to the demon continent to practice? In any case, the result was still satisfactory. More than 1,000 masters of the darching stage, in the end, more than 200 or nearly 300 old devils were trapped in the mountain river geographical map, and the rest were all killed by each other, or died in the hands of their opponents, or died in the second wood spiritual solution. Although this caused the spiritual power of the mountain river geographical map to be more heterogeneous, it also doubled the power of the mountain river geographical map, and the difficulty of Gong Suanling's refining was slightly reduced because of the increase in the number of masters in the map. This was a very contradictory process. Because there were many masters, the spiritual power was heterogeneous, but because there were more masters, there were more people who contributed, and it was easier to refine. According to this reason, it should be to find more masters, but Gong Sunling could not do this. The more masters in the mountain river geographical map, the more difficult it was for Gong Sunling to control it. Now it was basically approaching the limit of Gong Sunling. After this battle, Gong Sunling could no longer find masters to fill the mountain river geographical map for a long time, otherwise she might not be able to control it, and the loss would outweigh the gain. The dragons could refine all kinds of spiritual power on their own, purify and refine it on their own, so the mountain river geographical map did not think of the need to refine spiritual power at the beginning of the production. Now Gong Sunling had to spend hundreds of years to refine it again. However, this also highlighted the power of Li Cheng's refining method. The geographical map that could be placed in the Dragon Clan's treasure vault must have been refined by the experts of the Dragon Clan for a long time and a lot of effort, but it only took a few hundred years to complete such an important function. It could be described as incredible. He really didn't know how glorious Li Cheng's family was to be able to pass down such a peerless technique. The cultivation methods and magic treasures that those old devils had plundered all went to Yang Chen and the others. Holding those jade slips and looking at them one by one, Yang Chen easily understood the principles of those cultivation methods. It could be said that he had mastered this cultivation method, which was collectively known as the Great Heart Demon Law, to refine one's heart demon. Simply put, this Great Heart Demon technique was more like a method of self-pacification. It could not completely refine one's inner demons. The so-called benefit of directly refining the inner demons was even more ridiculous. However, it was true that after overcoming the inner demons, one's mental state would improve slightly. Moreover, a heart demon was a heart demon after all, and the Great Heart Demon Law could not be completely eradicated. Under the influence of the rich demonic energy, it could still be triggered. Otherwise, the Demon Heart sect wouldn't have to seal the mountain gate on a large scale and move the sect. Some of the magic treasures obtained had a calming effect similar to the black jade futon, but at their level of cultivation, they were not very useful. Li Cheng suggested that these magic treasures could be smelted together and refined into a large quiet room. In the future, it would be the best place for those who wanted to go into seclusion. The matter of the Demon Heart sect came to an end with the collection of the Emu spiritual liquid and the destruction of the old devils. When Yang Chen and his party came out of the portal, they didn't see any trace of anyone. Since the matter here is over, I will go around and look around. One day, I will meet with the Dao Sec. Li Cheng and Yang Chen met because of the matter of the Demon Heart sect ruins. Now that the matter was over, they naturally wouldn't stay any longer and directly left. Although Yang Chen was a little reluctant, he also knew that it was up to fate. He bowed to Li Cheng with his 4 wives and watched him leave. "Husband, we also want to gain more experience here." After Li Cheng left, Gaou and Shashanshan also seemed to have an idea. They still wanted to leave Yang Chen's side to gain experience. The demonic energy here is rich, you can gain experience, but you can't go out alone. Yang Chen thought about it and shook his head slightly. You two in a group, you must pay attention to safety. 2 people in a group. In fact, Gaou and Gong Sunling were in a group, and Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue were in a group. 2 groups, one had a mountain river geographical map, and the other had a Xuanwu shield, which were top-level protective magic treasures. In the depths of this demon continent, they could be regarded as being able to protect themselves. Everyone agreed on the time and place of the next meeting, and the 4 women left Yang Chen again to look for demonic beasts to fight. Yang Chen once again became a loner, a commander without an army. At this stage of Yang Chen, it didn't make much sense to look for some ordinary demonic beasts to gain experience. In the demon continent, it would be a pity not to gain experience, so Yang Chen naturally set his goal on the demonized demon vine. When killing the second demonized demon vine, Yang Chen discovered a wonderful phenomenon. After the 9 nether flying sword absorbed the demonic energy of the demonized demon vine, it seemed to be more sensitive to the demonic energy. Faintly, in another direction, there seemed to be something attracting the 9 nether flying sword. Because he had to solve the Demon Heart sect ruins before, he couldn't explore it. Now that Yang Chen had time, he didn't care about anything else and flew directly in that direction. He would like to see what was in that direction that could attract the 9 nether flying sword. Hundreds of low-grade demonic fires have been absorbed, and basically all the ones below the 3rd grade have been completed. On the way, Yang Chen did not waste any time. While rushing, he absorbed the 3rd grade demonic fire. Compared with the current profound spirit furnace and the yin-yang heaven burning fire, the 3rd grade demonic fire was not enough. It was easy to absorb, it just took a little more time for Yang Chen to absorb it. This time, Yang Chen hurried on his journey. He walked in a straight line, regardless of what kind of powerful guy he would encounter on the road. The 9 nether flying sword was simply like a fish in the water here. The demonic beasts encountered along the way could not withstand the attack of the 9 nether flying sword, even the monsters of the Darching realm were the same. The strong with no consciousness and only instinct was easy to deal with after all. It only took a few months for young Chen to arrive at the area that attracted the 9-nether flying sword. Seeing the situation, young Chen couldn't help but smile. Chapter 1079. Here was another valley, and similarly, there was another demonized vine. However, it was slightly weaker than the second one that young Chen killed. It seemed that the tool spirit of the 9 secluded flying sword would instinctively look for the same kind. This discovery made young Chen very happy. In this way, there was no need to worry about the devilish bead. This time, young Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique has been upgraded by a small realm, and his spiritual power cultivation base has also improved. His strength has greatly increased, and it was much easier to deal with a slightly weaker demonized vine. In almost half a year, young Chen had another devilish bead with a diameter of less than 2 feet in his hands, and the 9 secluded flying sword. After absorbing the demonic chi and phantom of a demonized vine, the tool spirit was more agile. Now the demonic chi of the 9 secluded flying sword, even young Chen had some difficulty dealing with it. It was time to calm down again and carefully temper it. After making a decision, young Chen didn't say anything and went straight in the direction of the gathering point. This was the edge of the inner layer of the demon continent, and there were only 2 or 3 gathering points. It took almost 3 months before young Chen arrived at the gathering point. As soon as he entered the gathering point, young Chen attracted countless eyes. Those who could come to this gathering point were all masters of the Darching stage, like young Chen, who only dared to rush in at the middle Yuanying stage, was absolutely unique. The people in the gathering point were a little surprised by the arrival of young Chen. He didn't know if this young man was extremely lucky or bold enough to be arrogant. However, since they could come to the gathering point, it seemed that the former accounted for most of them. There were not many people in the gathering point, including those who opened shops. There were only a few dozen in total. However, the lowest cultivation base here was also in the middle Darching stage, and the highest cultivation base had surpassed the peak Darching stage, directly catching up with the cultivation base of the Great Elder. The Great Elder of the Taishanmen last time, if it was here, he would never dare to break the rules so blatantly. It was just that for some reason, these masters had been wandering in the mortal world and did not ascend. After thinking about it, young Chen could only speculate that the purpose of these people should be the same as young Chen, that was, to use the demonic chi to hone themselves. There were masters, demons, and monsters. Perhaps they wanted to greatly improve their mental cultivation base here to make up for their own lack of aptitude, so that when they ascend to the spiritual world in the future, they would not be too far behind. Young Chen did not find a place to practice directly, but first strolled around this small gathering point. It had to be said that the closer they got to the depths of the demon continent, the stronger the demonic beasts were, and the demon bead that everyone could get was getting bigger and bigger. It must be said that the demonic bead was the stronger the demonic bead, and the stronger the stronger. The stronger the demonic bead, the stronger the stronger the stronger, the stronger the stronger. The stronger the stronger the stronger the stronger. The stronger the stronger the stronger the stronger. The stronger the stronger, the stronger the stronger. With such a large demonic bead, few demonic refiners could purify it to a higher level. Young Chen didn't say anything. He directly took out his spirit stones, bought 10 stronger 3rd-grade demonic beads, and found a room to start his retreat. It was said to be a retreat, but it was actually a cover. After quickly absorbing all the demonic chi on these 10 demonic beads with the 9 secluded flying sword, young Chen began to continue to use the demonic chi to temper himself. The demonic bead was to cover the demonic chi on the 9 secluded flying sword. Although young Chen could control the 9 secluded flying sword to prevent it from emitting too much demonic chi, it was still a little out of control, and after all, some of it would still escape. The 9 secluded flying sword, which concentrated the demonic chi of the 3 demonized vines and the phantom, had some resistance to young Chen's music. Every time the demonic chi triggered the heart demon, it was always like a storm, a thunderstorm, a huge wave of thunder. Wave after wave of the tide rushed to young Chen's heart. Referring to the method of the heart demon sect, coupled with young Chen's own state of mind, young Chen's mind was like a mainstay, motionless. No matter how crazily these heart demons attacked, there was always a counter to it, a little bit of the heart demons were eliminated, and the mind was tempered as tough as steel. After almost a year, Yang Chen finally completely suppressed and refined the resistance in the 9 secluded flying sword, and then came out. As soon as Yang Chen came out, it quickly caused a frenzy in the gathering point. The reason was no other. 5 pure golden demonic beads appeared directly on the auction list of the small auction house. Of course, the other 5 naturally became Xiao Tian's candy beans. Boom, the gathering point seemed to be detonated, and all the figures went straight to the auction house. Why did so many masters continue to bear the power of the demonic chi in the demon continent? Wasn't it just to be able to swallow one or a few high-grade demonic beads, so that their cultivation base would be greatly improved, and then face the tribulation again? The people who came to the demon continent to gain experience had a lot more hostility than those who cultivated peacefully outside. Under such circumstances, the tribulation was many times more difficult than the ordinary Dao sect tribulation. This required them to have enough cultivation base to resist the tribulation, otherwise, they could only end up dead. The high-grade demonic bead, even the best demon refiner, could only purify it to the 4th grade, leaving 4 black lines, which required the person who took it to have an iron will and a state of mind cultivation far beyond the ordinary tribulation masters to be able to deal with it. It was not that there was no other way to eliminate the hostility. As long as they left the demon continent, left this place full of killing demonic chi, and spent hundreds of years cultivating their mind, the hostility would naturally disappear. However, instead of spending hundreds of years cultivating, it was better to temper here for hundreds of years, and there was an 80% chance that they could withstand a stronger heart demon. They could also gain more training. Which choice was better, everyone knew. In fact, sometimes these masters just couldn't let it go, it was just that they couldn't figure it out for a while. At this time, no one knew better than these masters what it meant to have a pure golden demonic bead of the 3rd grade. This gathering point was too small, and there were only a few people, so that a little movement could not be hidden from anyone in the gathering shop. Yang Chen, the super-advanced demon refiner, suddenly became a delicious cake. The 5 demonic beads were auctioned at a high price in the first time, and it took less than half a day. If anyone has a demonic bead that needs to be purified, you can come to me. Yang Chen left a message in the auction house very casually. No matter what it is, it can be used to pay for it, as long as it is pleasing to my eyes. In addition, when I purify the demonic bead, I need a safe place. The last request was met almost immediately. The best room in the gathering point was surrounded by several restrictions, so that the people outside would not disturb the people inside even if they overturned the sky. Everyone in this gathering point was looking forward to Yang Chen helping them purify the demonic bead. Chapter 1080. What Yang Chen wanted was a quiet and stable environment. The tempering of the 9 secluded flying sword came to an end, and Yang Chen now needed to cultivate the remaining several origin cultivation methods. In addition to the 3rd fire true secret art, all the other origin cultivation methods already had the conditions, and the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art was about to be completed. Of course, Yang Chen had to complete the cultivation of these origin cultivation methods first. The first thing to start was the 6th Earth True Secret Art. The 6th Earth True Essence was the least, and it was obtained from the Taishanmen, which was only enough for one person to cultivate. In order not to delay Gong Suanling's cultivation, Yang Chen needed to complete his own cultivation first, and then dual cultivate with Gong Sunling, and give the 6th Earth True Essence to Gong Sunling for her cultivation. The last time the 5th Earth True Secret Art was used in this way. Speaking of it, it seemed that the Earth attribute's origin spiritual power was very rare, far less than other spiritual powers. There were often masters who stayed behind to collect a large number of arrays. A group of masters were waiting at the gathering point, and no one dared to disturb Yang Chen easily. Originally, they were waiting for the greatest certainty. Now that there was Yang Chen, the pure gold high-grade devilish bead could fully meet their requirements. Even a few who had not ascended were waiting for this opportunity, and they would not let others destroy it in any case. For Yang Chen, who had cultivated several origin true secret arts, with the 6th Earth True Secret Art and the 6th Earth True Essence, it was not difficult to cultivate. In less than half a year, the 6th Earth True Secret Art had been completed, and the sixth earth spirit power in the yin-yang five elements secret art had been replaced with the sixth earth true essence. The moment the sixth earth true secret art was successfully cultivated, the sea of consciousness changed again. There were a lot of black flying dust in the air, which looked like the 9 secluded flying dust, but the attribute was pure sixth earth attribute. Because of these black flying dust, except for Yang Chen, when outsiders enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, they can only see a black piece and can't see anything else. These sixth earth flying dust not only obscured the line of sight, but also vaguely refined the entire sea of consciousness. Although it looked loose, the degree of solidification of his sea of consciousness had increased by several times. Even if others used the same level of spiritual consciousness attack, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness could remain unbroken. The sound of the golden bell now had no effect on Yang Chen. Even if the sound of the bell was strengthened several times, it could not shake Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. The only regret was that his spiritual sense, which was already at the human immortal grade 4, did not continue to break through. Even though it had increased by quite a bit, it had yet to reach the level of a stage 5 human immortal. Because of the harmony of yin and yang, the earth attribute spiritual power was much more condensed than the other attributes of spiritual power. This was also a small surprise, at least it saved Yang Chen a lot of time to condense. Another small surprise was that the strengthening of the internal organs brought about by the sixth earth true secret art had led to a slight improvement in the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. It had taken a big step forward from the peak of the river turning strength, and it seemed that he could face a breakthrough. Safely ending the retreat, Yang Chen came out and then took out a second-grade devilish bead, which was entrusted by a master of the peak darching stage to Yang Chen to purify. This master of the peak darching stage had been waiting outside for half a year. Getting the pure golden devilish bead, the owner of the bead couldn't help but be ecstatic. Regardless of how many people were watching, he directly sent the devilish bead into his mouth. The second-grade devilish bead was not small, it was completely put in his mouth, and he was not light, but at this time, who would care about this little indecent? They were all anxiously waiting for the result. In fact, the reputation of Yang Chen in the past had just spread here. Everyone only thought that he could purify the low-grade devilish bead, until they saw the third-grade pure golden devilish bead, they knew the power of Yang Chen. The master who swallowed the devilish bead sat down directly and began to refine it. No one dared to disturb him, everyone wanted to see the effect of the devilish bead with their own eyes. In less than an hour, the master had completely refined this devilish bead, the aura of the whole body was surging, and the tribulation clouds had slowly begun to appear in the sky. All the masters present were well informed, how could they not know that this was the master who was going to cross the tribulation and ascend? Looking at this scene, everyone was surprised, holding their breath, waiting to see the process of crossing the tribulation and ascend. The master flew away from the gathering point. The gathering point was not allowed to cross the tribulation, this was the rule. In this case, no one would interfere when crossing the tribulation, no one was willing to use their own life to take the tribulation for others, even those demonized monsters were the same, they would instinctively avoid the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. The ascension itself was a rare experience for all the onlookers, coupled with the need to verify the effect of the devilish bead. At this time, someone was crossing the tribulation. For everyone, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The wind tribulation fell silently, and within a few dozen feet of the master, no matter what, it was all turned into powder. This time, the wind tribulation was different from the few times Yang Chen had seen. Unlike the wind tribulation of Elder Wu Xiong, it was also different from the wind tribulation of Lan Ying. It seemed to be more violent, perhaps because of the experience on the demon continent, the hostility was serious. The reason why many people did not dare to cross the tribulation easily was precisely because of this. Everyone stared at the master who was crossing the tribulation, watching him easily carry the first one, the second one, until the 9th one. All the onlookers were a few miles away from the master, but when it came to the 8th wind tribulation, everyone had to retreat madly again, lest they be involved in the wind tribulation that fell from the sky. By the time the 9th one came, the scope of the wind tribulation had expanded a lot. When the wind tribulation fell, a group of masters frantically retreated again, and retreated 3 or 4 miles before stopping. At this time, The wind tribulation had already spread to the gathering point. Boom! As soon as the wind tribulation fell on the gathering point, there was a flash of light around the gathering point. However, the gathering point was ignored, and the wind tribulation was reflected back in an instant. However, the rebound tribulation did not disappear, but after being strengthened, it was superimposed on the master who was crossing the tribulation. No one expected such a situation to occur. Everyone had no experience in crossing the tribulation, and it was impossible to calculate the distance. At this time, it was impossible to stop again. The master had no choice but to break out with all the strength of his whole body, and directly faced the last and strongest wind tribulation. The silent wind directly blew the robe on the master into powder, and the protective armor, which had been refined for an unknown period of time, was turned into dust in just a moment. On the body of the master, there was not an inch of cloth, and even all the hair on the body was blown clean. Chapter 1081. No one would laugh at him at this time, even if he had become naked and barren. Everyone was only concerned about whether or not he could withstand the final blow. Ah 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 ah. In the crazy scream of the master, the last gust of wind blew from head to toe, but the master's voice continued until the gust of wind disappeared. Boom! The crowd of onlookers suddenly boiled up. The scream of the master has been there, now it has been replaced by the sound of laughter, the tribulation cloud has begun to disperse, it is obvious that the master has successfully crossed the tribulation. The position of the master in the sky, at this moment, is an unusually bright light group, wrapping the master in it, exuding a power that makes people feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. There is no need to ask, this is definitely the process of successfully crossing the tribulation, and the body is being transformed. In less than half an incense stick of time, the light group dissipated, and the figure of the master appeared. He has put on a robe, but his head is still bald, the original middle-aged face has become a very young appearance. In the air, the other party rushed to Yang Chen's side, and his voice came from afar, "Thank you, master." Only saying this sentence, the light flashed, and the master disappeared without a trace. A vast and unparalleled aura spread out to the distance like a wave of water, and then there was no more movement. The people at the gathering point were fortunate to witness the process of a master's ascension, and they also saw with their own eyes that he took the devil bead that had been purified by Yang Chen to have such an effect. For a time, they looked at Yang Chen and their eyes became a lot more fiery. Not to mention anything else, the last Black Wind Tribulation was definitely several times more powerful than the previous Black Wind Tribulation. Under those circumstances, the fact that a tribulation transcending expert could easily withstand it was because he had swallowed the demonic baleful bead and his cultivation had increased by several hundred years. Without a strong cultivation base, crossing the tribulation was a joke. "Master, I have a 2nd grade devil bead here, master, please help. Master, I have a 7th grade fire seed, please help." When the aura of the master completely disappeared without a trace, after a short silence, a large number of masters quickly appeared around Yang Chen, everyone was scrambling to help Yang Chen. One by one, as soon as Yang Chen opened his mouth, everyone quieted down. "You guys line up and then come to my room to find me." After that, Yang Chen separated the crowd and went back to his room. Not long after, someone came to the door with 2 demonic beads of the 2nd grade and asked Yang Chen to make a move. After discussing the remuneration with Yang Chen, he walked out of the door and directly sat cross-legged outside the door's restriction, personally guarding Yang Chen. Yang Chen easily purified the 2 devilish beads with the 9 Serenities flying sword, and then began to practice the Emu True secret art. The moment he finished cultivating the Emu True art, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness started to change again. The phantom of the blood phantom vine became like a real entity, and its volume expanded a lot. His spiritual consciousness finally broke through grade 4 human immortal and entered grade 5 human immortal. In a flash, the people in the entire gathering point felt that there was an illusion, and they almost thought that someone was crossing the tribulation and ascending at the moment. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was also rushed to the edge of breakthrough, and only one step was needed to enter the realm of overturning the sea strength. The joints all over his body made a burst of noise, and Yang Chen only felt full of power. The wood attribute spiritual power was also directly condensed because of the yin and yang, and the total amount of spiritual power was also slightly reduced. Looking at the amount of spiritual power alone, maybe everyone would misunderstand that Yang Chen was still in the early Yuanying stage. Next, he came out again. After handing over the devilish bead, the master at the door was replaced by another one, and Yang Chen also had an upper second-grade devilish bead in his hand. It was still the same process. After purifying the devilish bead, Yang Chen began to cultivate the 8th metal true secret art. After the 8th metal true secret art was the 9th water true secret art. After the cultivation of these two kinds of spiritual power, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness directly rose to the human immortal 6th grade, and his spiritual power was madly condensed. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique finally broke through the peak of overturning the river strength and entered the realm of overturning the sea strength. As soon as he entered the realm of overturning the sea strength, Yang Chen's body began to swell again, but this time it was different from the last time. It was not as exaggerated as the last time, but all the muscles seemed to be stronger than usual. It was no longer the kind of slender and well-proportioned figure, but it became a sturdy figure. The increase in strength by 10 times made Yang Chen even a little uncomfortable. When he got up, he directly broke the roof and flew out. After landing, the hard ground under his feet was stepped out of 2 big pits. The gathering point was full of masters. At a glance, they could see that Yang Chen's body shape was different from before and after. They knew that he must have cultivated a unique body refining technique, which led to his body's discomfort. This was not surprising. Many people have had such a situation. As long as it takes a while, the body adapts, it will become normal. What was strange to everyone was that Yang Chen's cultivation seemed to have regressed a little after the process of purifying the devilish bead several times, falling from the middle Yuanying stage to the early Yuanying stage. The yin and yang attributes of metal and water complemented each other, causing the spiritual power of the whole body to condense almost doubled. From the outside, there was no other explanation for the regression of his cultivation base. Could it be that this devilish bead purification would consume his cultivation base? This was a very possible thing, otherwise it would be impossible to purify it so thoroughly. Everyone didn't care much about it. Anyway, as long as Yang Chen could continue to purify the devilish bead, what was lost was not his own cultivation base. What was there to worry about? Only a few of the top masters would occasionally look at Yang Chen, and there was a fleeting sense of fear. But it was only for a moment, and it would disappear immediately. This was also because Yang Chen could not fully get used to the power of the sea-pouring strength realm. Next, Yang Chen began to cultivate the 4th fire true secret art. The fire attribute was Yang Chen's innate attribute. Especially with the influence of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, Yang Chen deliberately put it last. After cultivating the 8 kinds of spiritual power, the 4th fire true secret art really did not have the slightest difficulty. Sure enough, it was an innate attribute. The moment the 4th fire true secret art was cultivated, his spiritual awareness directly soared to the human immortal 7th grade. Even those who had transcended tribulation and ascended, when they met Yang Chen, would be overwhelmed by Yang Chen's momentum. Among the yin-yang heaven burning fire, there was the 4th fire true essence, and the yin fire became as pure as glass, showing only a pure cyan color. But in the sea of consciousness, the yin fire dragon was half as long as the yang fire dragon, and the yin-yang heaven burning fire became somewhat unbalanced for the first time. The great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was finally only one kind of 3rd fire true secret art, but it also needed opportunities. Before it was completely gathered, what Yang Chen had to do was to condense his spiritual power, and then sacrifice some magic weapons. Chapter 1082. After calculating, after practicing these original cultivation methods, plus the previous journey, it has been 4 years since he separated from the 4 women. The agreement with the 4 women was 10 years later, and there was still plenty of time, just taking the opportunity to refine some of the flying sword again. Of course, during the break of the cultivation, Yang Chen did not forget to maintain a spiritual awareness connection with Li Liheng, and often pointed out some small problems to Li Liheng. However, before Yang Chen re-refined those magic weapons, Yang Chen still decided to give the Taishanmen a big surprise. Naturally, it was also a big trap. Li Liheng was unusually active in the revitalization of the Taishanmen, and Yang Chen suspected that this was also shown to sect Master Li. Every time he contacted Senior Liu Fengzi with the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method, he always asked some similar questions. Of course, the most asked was Li Liheng's own cultivation. On this point, Yang Chen did not comment, and every time, he always used the excuse of more haste, less speed. On the contrary, other elders or masters entrusted Li Liheng to consult on the cultivation questions. He would patiently answer them one by one. Fortunately, Yang Chen already had the cultivation base and knowledge of the great principal Golden Immortal in his previous life. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. Combined with the experience of yin and yang 5 elements in this life, the general cultivation problems were not difficult for Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen would never reveal the method of condensing spiritual power at the beginning. The disciples of the Taishanmen, if they had the opportunity to know it, then they would cultivate by themselves. If they couldn't know it, it was not Yang Chen's business. Anyway, Yang Chen had already pointed out the way for everyone to solve the bottleneck and quickly improve the spiritual power cultivation base. In any case, it couldn't be blamed on Yang Chen, right? Yang Chen was very contemptuous of this. As the first sect of the Tao sects, they also wanted to revitalize it. Did they give other sects a way to survive? However, the Taishanmen's desire to make progress just gave Yang Chen an opportunity. There is a formation that might still be useful to the Taishanmen now. After Li Liheng had asked Senior Liu Fengzi for more than a dozen times, he finally gave an answer: you can try to see if you can set it up in the mortal world. Li Liheng was overjoyed when he heard Senior Liu Fengzi's words. He quickly thanked him and respectfully listened. This formation is called the Boundless Cosmos Suppression Formation. Yang Chen first said the name of the formation, which sounded very mysterious, and then began to carefully guide it. The so-called Universe Limitless Origin Suppressing Formation was not fabricated by Yang Chen, but it really existed in the spiritual realm. It was also designed by the experts of Taishanmen. From this point of view, the formation that Yang Chen had passed on to Li Liheng was of the same origin. The Qian Kuan Limitless Origin Suppressing Formation was a large-scale formation. The arrangement of the formation could even cover thousands of miles, enough to cover the entire Tao sect. The reason why it was called the Primordial Suppression Formation was that it was actually a formation that locked the vitality. The so-called vitality was naturally the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The principle of the formation was to slowly gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth under the entire formation to about 1,000 miles in radius, making this 1,000-mile radius a cultivation holy land full of spiritual power. Of course, this was still a little general. To be more precise, it was to gather the idle spiritual power of heaven and earth that was rarely used in the range of the formation to the eye of the formation. The gathering of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was still very particular. The formation could cover the entire Tao sect. The spiritual veins of other sect couldn't be forcibly plundered, right? This was something that would cause a big mess. The wonderful thing was that as long as there was another formation to use the idle spiritual power, the spiritual power in that area would not be collected by the Universe Limitless Origin Suppressing Formation. After such a formation was set up, it would not cause dissatisfaction from other sect. Anyway, it was idle spiritual power that no one used. Usually, no one would absorb it, so the spiritual power would dissipate and be wasted. Moreover, the spiritual power would not be sucked out instantly. Instead, it would accumulate and gather at the eye of the formation. Only a formation master who was at least a 6th grade or above would be able to detect it. Now, the highest level in the mortal world was only a 4th grade formation master. It was impossible for anyone to discover it, and there was no need to worry about being criticized by other sect members. Although only 1 or 2% of the spiritual power in each place was extracted, which didn't seem much, but if all the idle spiritual power within the range of the entire Tao sect was gathered at the eye of the formation, the eye of the formation would directly become a huge spiritual vein with an unbelievably abundant spiritual power. With such a spiritual vein for the Taishanmen disciples, why would they worry about the cultivation of the Taishanmen disciples not improving? Was their cultivation not fast enough? If the range of this formation could be expanded to include the territories of the demon clan and demon sect, the effect would be increased several times. Anyway, The larger the territory of this formation, the stronger its power. The experts of the spiritual realm's Shentian sect studied this formation for this purpose. It could be said that the starting point was good, but it was a little selfish. But since the spiritual power was wasted in vain, why not make full use of it? The starting point was good, but something went wrong during the experiment. Speaking of which, it was not that the function of the formation was insufficient, but some of the effects were too good. The eye of the formation had indeed become a good spiritual vein. The problem was that someone who presided over the formation accidentally discovered that as long as he occupied a special position in the eye of the formation at a particular time to control the formation, this heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation could even forcibly extract the non-idle spiritual power. The person who studied this formation at the beginning had forgotten to study the human mind. This special formation eye could gather the spiritual power of the entire formation, and to put it bluntly, it could gather almost all the spiritual power in the world. When someone cultivated on it, the cultivation speed was like riding a rocket, advancing by leaps and bounds. Just like some experts in the demon continent, after taking the demon bead, their cultivation soared. Even if their mental state was insufficient, they could successfully transcend the tribulation and ascend. It was the same after arriving in the spiritual realm. Someone discovered this special formation eye and used it, and their cultivation soared. The effect of this special formation eye to enhance cultivation was shocking. It could almost be said that in just a few days, an ordinary human immortal expert could be directly promoted to the first grade of heaven immortal, directly crossing two levels of human immortal and earth immortal. The price for a sect to quickly cultivate its own experts was that within those few days, all the spiritual power within the range of the formation would be extracted by the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation. The spiritual power of other sects' spiritual veins would also be extracted, which was simply a direct provocation. Fortunately, when studying the formation, this formation was only tested within the scope of the sect. Otherwise, the Shentian sect would directly incur public anger and be besieged by all the other sects. Chapter 1083. As soon as they discovered this problem, the mysterious Heaven sect directly shelved this formation. The mysterious Heaven sect was already the leader of the Tao sects, so there was no need to risk offending all the sect to set up this formation. If it was only set up within the sect's territory, then what was the difference between the formation eye and the spiritual vein of the sect? Therefore, a formation of little value was publicized as a result of the research on formations, and it had never been put into practice. Since the sect of the spiritual realm knew about this formation, no one had anything to say about it. Anyway, as long as one was an array cultivator, they would be able to see whether or not this formation was set up, so they weren't dissatisfied with the Taishanmen. The only use of this formation was for everyone to study when they communicated with the formation. Yang Chen also learned about this formation at that time. Now, he explained the formation to Li Liheng in detail. Li Liheng wasn't an array cultivator, so he didn't understand the logic behind it. He just firmly memorized the content of Senior Liu Feng's explanation. After he finished cultivating, he would record it in the jade slip. As for the matter of setting up the formation, the people of the sect would naturally worry about it. The first part was to explain the formation, but next, Yang Chen also talked about the special part of the formation eye in this formation. As soon as he heard that the universe everlasting origin suppression formation had such a powerful effect, Li Liheng suddenly became spirited. He couldn't wait to set up the formation and cultivate at the formation eye. No one can use this formation eye to cultivate. How could Senior Liu Fengzi not know what Li Liheng was thinking? He said righteously, "You have to make a big heart oath to never use this formation eye to cultivate." Previously, Li Liheng was very unwilling, but under the pressure of Senior Liu Fengzi, he could only go against his will and swear a great heart demon oath that he would never cultivate in that special formation eye. First, Senior Liu Fengzi's pressure was too strong. Li Liheng didn't dare to resist at all. Second, Senior Liu Fengzi said that it could only be used at a special time. He didn't know when this special time was. Looking at Senior Liu Fengzi's posture, he wouldn't reveal it unless he made an oath. After swearing the Great Heart Demon Oath, Senior Liu Fengzi's complexion improved a little. After reminding him that even the higher-ups of the Taishanmen were not allowed to use the special formation core, he continued to explain. This is an unorthodox method. If your mental state is not strong enough, forcefully raising your cultivation won't do you any good. Senior Liu Fengzi said earnestly, you are the young master of the Taishanmen. You have a bright future ahead of you. If you cultivate step by step, you will be able to go further. You don't have to ruin your future because of a few hundred years of cultivation. As the young master of the Taishanmen, Li Liheng still had this kind of insight. Hearing Senior Liu Fengzi's consideration for him, he couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. The unhappiness of being forced to make the great vow of heart demons also dissipated a lot. After the Heaven and Earth Limitless Origin Suppression Array was set up, the first 300 years were basically spent slowly accumulating spiritual power. After 300 years, the special array could greatly increase a person's cultivation every 50 years. A large array that could cover the entire Taoism sect naturally consumed a lot of spiritual power, and it would take a long time. Yang Chen believed that such a temptation was definitely not something that the higher-ups of the Taishanmen could resist. After all, this was a merit that could leave their names in history, so they couldn't help but be tempted. Even with the power, manpower, and material resources of the Taishanmen, it would take at least 100 years to set up this array, and it would require the use of tens of thousands of experts. The various materials consumed were also incalculable. It was definitely not something that a few small sect could bear. Even if it was the Taishanmen, it was believed that they would be emptied. However, compared to the benefits, it was worth it. A cultivation place with a radius of 1,000 miles, which was at least 10 times denser than the current core area of the Taishanmen sect, could definitely allow the Taishanmen to dominate the world. What was the meaning of sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood? This was it. With this great weapon, it could speed up the cultivation of the core Taishanmen disciples by several times, and experts would emerge one after another. With people, would there be no need to be afraid of not having other things? Would there be any need to be afraid of not being able to surpass the other big sect and outshine others? As for the special array as long as it was not used, there would be no trouble. Which expert in array in the mortal world could see through it? There was no way to do it in the spiritual realm, but there was no trouble of being seen through in the mortal world. Of course, Senior Liu Fengzi still repeatedly reminded him that he must not use the special array otherwise, the Taishanmen would become the target of public criticism. He believed that as long as the core higher-ups of the Taishanmen were not brainless, they would definitely understand this logic. Senior, does this array really have such a powerful effect? After Li Liheng's excitement, he was also a little doubtful. It was such a good thing, but it sounded a little unreal, so he couldn't help but ask. This old man swears by the heart demon, the Heaven and Earth Infinite Origin Suppression Array definitely has such an effect. Senior Liu Fengzi sneered and directly swore by the heart demon, then snorted coldly, "Kid, if you dare to be so disrespectful to this old man in the future, you will suffer." Li Liheng hurriedly apologized. He didn't really doubt Senior Liu Fengzi, but the array was too magical, and he didn't understand it, so he asked subconsciously. But since Senior Liu Fengzi swore by the heart demon, it was naturally true. Even if Li Liheng was a layman in array, he knew that this was definitely a great thing. Because the explanation of the array this time was a little long, Li Liheng had already taken more than a dozen spirit congealing pills. At this point, Li Liheng had received a lot of information that he couldn't understand, and he had to memorize it all without making any mistakes. After a round of torment, Li Liheng was already very tired. It was originally a mental thing, coupled with the deliberate pressure from Yang Chen, his mind soon fell into a trance. When you have fun in the future, you will accidentally leak the matter of the special array to Yang Lan. Taking advantage of Li Liheng's state, Yang Chen secretly sent this instruction to the depths of Li Liheng's mind. In a daze, Li Liheng didn't know that he had been hypnotized. Moreover, he swore by the heart demon oath that he would never use the special array not that he wouldn't disclose it. This hypnosis instruction was deeply lurking in the deepest part of Li Liheng's mind as Li Liheng fell into a coma. Among the Taishanmen, Li Liheng finally fell into a coma. This time, several elders watched him eat more than a dozen spirit congealing pills, but he still didn't wake up. This time, it was unprecedentedly long. They didn't know what Senior Liu Fengzi told them to take so much time. Chapter 1084. Li Liheng was in a coma, but Sect Master Li and a group of core elders had gathered in his room. After eating so many spirit congealing pills and lasting for so long, it was obvious that he had contacted Senior Liu Fengzi again, and something important had happened, otherwise it would not be like this. Everyone was waiting anxiously, but no one used any secret method to wake Li Liheng up. Li Liheng was now a high-level treasure, and there must be no accident. Looking at the fatigue that Li Liheng could obviously show without waking up, Sect Master Li's brows frowned quietly. It seems that it is also time to consider using that kind of demonic method to properly improve Li Liheng's strength. If he didn't use the spirit congealing pills every time, it really wouldn't be a long-term solution. Everyone waited anxiously for a full 2 days before Li Liheng woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was not to immediately report what happened, but to find a few blank jade slips as fast as possible and record in detail the things about the universe infinite yuan suppressing array in his mind. After doing all this, Li Liheng knew that he was rude and apologized to the sect master and the elders. "Did you get in touch with Senior Liu Fengzi again?" Sect Master Li asked in a gentle tone. "Yes, Sect Master." Li Liheng hurriedly replied, and then handed over the jade slips in his hand respectfully. "This is a formation passed down by Senior Liu Fengzi." Next, Li Liheng directly placed a restriction, and then asked several elders to place several restrictions at the same time, surrounding his small courtyard tightly. All the servants were driven to a distance to ensure that no one could hear their words, and then they began to report to the core elders. The characteristics of the Yin-Kuan everlasting energy suppressing formation made all the higher-ups dumbfounded. There was such a formation and such characteristics. It was simply unbelievable. "Is this true?" Sect Master Li held the jade slips in his hand and asked in disbelief. His hand had unconsciously used strength, and he almost crushed the jade slips. An elder next to him was quick-witted and hurriedly grabbed it from the sect master's hand, which avoided the end of destruction. "Senior Liu Fengzi swears with his heart demon, the array does have such an effect." Li Liheng hurriedly replied. Sect Master Li couldn't help but be tempted. If this array was really as Liu Fengzi said, others couldn't see it at all, but it could create such a wonderful spiritual vein for cultivation for the sect, then it was simply heaven letting the Taishanmen dominate the world. Heart demon oath. What happened? When he heard that even the predecessor Liu Fengzi had to swear with his heart demon, Sect Master Li's face suddenly sank. How could this be? Li Liheng didn't dare to hide anything and quickly recounted everything that had happened. Of course, he didn't hide the fact that he swore the great oath of the heart demon that he would never use the special array core. In the end, he didn't believe it and angered the senior, so he swore the great oath of the heart demon and told the senior everything. "In the future, if you dare to be disrespectful to senior again, you will go into seclusion in the Jadewave Cold Pond for another 3 years." The senior immediately understood the situation at that time. This predecessor Liu Fengzi was really a little angry, otherwise how could he make a great oath of the heart demon in front of a junior? Did the senior take the initiative to mention the array, or did you beg for it? Sect Master Li looked at Li Liheng and asked another key question. It was this disciple who begged for it. Li Liheng also had a look, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and replied, "This disciple saw that the sect master and the elders worked hard every day for the development of the sect, so I asked Senior Liu Fengzi for advice. He begged bitterly, Senior Liu Fengzi reluctantly said this array, and in the end, he was suspected by Li Liheng. No wonder this predecessor was so angry. If it were a few of them, maybe they would never pay attention to Li Liheng again. This was still light, and the hot-tempered ones could even make him suffer on the spot. Among the core high level, there was an elder surnamed Zhong who happened to be an array cultivator. At this moment, those jade slips fell into the hands of Elder Zhong. Everyone's meaning was for Elder Zhong to see if this array was feasible. If it was arranged, how much would it cost, and let him make an evaluation. But after Elder Zhong got the jade slip for a while, he sat there without saying a word, as if he had become a clay sculpture. Familiar people immediately knew that this was because Elder Zhong was immersed in the study of the array and could not extricate himself. It was a good thing, but at this time, it seemed a little disordered. However, Elder Zhong was immersed in it, and no one dared to wake him up easily. Everyone knew how rare this opportunity was, and everyone could only wait patiently. This wait lasted for half a month. For half a month, everyone gathered in Li Liheng's room, discussing how the sect should deal with this array if it was really feasible. It must be said that Yang Chen calculated that these Tatian men's high level would be tempted. In his previous life, they spared no effort to expand, suppress other sects, and expand their own strength. Now that there is such an opportunity, it is not their style to let it go easily. How big was it to be able to collect all the idle spirit energy within the range of the Tao sect? Not to mention other things, this heroic spirit could kill all the other sect. What Blue Cloud sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Five Elements sect, Chenkuan sect, who dares to think about it? Who can think about it? Half a month later, Elder Zhong finally let out a long breath and opened his eyes. His eyes were full of excitement, and he sighed happily and contentedly. So that's how it is. Then, his whole body relaxed, and everyone clearly felt that Elder Zhong's realm had improved a little. The Chenkuan Infinite Suppression Array, this was a large array studied by a group of array masters in the spiritual world. In the eyes of Elder Zhong, it was a peerless treasure. Although a large part of the principle was not clear, just the part that he could understand was enough to make Elder Zhong gasp in amazement. Even though he had only scratched the surface, Elder Zhong felt that his research on array formations had reached a new level. If he was really given time to thoroughly study this array formation, perhaps Elder Zhong would be able to experience the glory of being the #1 array formation master in the mortal world. How is the array? Sect Master Li did not give Elder Zhong more time to feel at the moment, and asked eagerly. In fact, this was also something that other elders wanted to know, which determined whether the sect could complete such an array. Brilliant to the extreme. Elder Zhong's evaluation of the Zhen Yuan Great Array was absolutely high. This array was by no means something that could be studied by people in the mortal world, but if you want to arrange it, the cost is also very huge. The power of the old ancestor has surpassed some of the guys who have ascended through the tribulation, stronger than him. What kind of concept was that? It seems that there was no other possibility except for the people in the spiritual world. Did the other party notice you? The old ancestor continued to ask. This disciple doesn't know. Li Liheng answered honestly. However, there was once when this disciple had a strong feeling of being probed, and it was very uncomfortable. Oh! Li Liheng's answer made the old ancestor's eyes light up immediately. All these descriptions seemed to be in line with the feeling of communicating with the seniors in the spiritual world and immortal world in the cultivation method that Li Liheng cultivated. The next time you have this feeling, try to send some of your consciousness over and see if the other party has any reaction. The old ancestor had not cultivated this kind of cultivation method before, so he could only give this advice. You can try to cultivate here and see if you can enter the state again. Yes, old ancestor. Li Liheng agreed and began to cultivate in front of several core higher-ups. After such a long time of cultivation, Li Liheng had already gotten used to this feeling a few times after encountering it. Soon, he felt that majesty again in the process of cultivation. This time, he followed the old ancestor's instructions and conveyed his intention to visit, then quietly waited for the result. Chapter 1085. Of course, Elder Zhong knew why Sect Master Li asked this question. As a core elder of the Taishanmen, Elder Zhong had a rough idea of how much wealth the Taishanmen had. Once the Heaven and Earth Infinite Origin Suppression Array was to be set up, even with the wealth of the Taishanmen, they had to consider whether it was worth it. What's the effect? Another elder interrupted and asked. It may be several times more effective than what Senior Liu Fengzi described. Elder Zhong replied without hesitation, Senior Liu Fengzi is in the spiritual realm. The use of spiritual power in the spiritual realm has reached the extreme in each sect, and there is not much idle spiritual power. But in the mortal world, there is still a lot of idle spiritual power to absorb. Senior Liu Fengzi estimated that he could create a spiritual power environment that is 10 times better than the sect's spiritual vein, but I estimated that it may be more than this multiple. Elder Zhong didn't understand the core principle, but he had already understood some of it, so he could still come to this conclusion. According to my estimation, it can reach at least 15 to 20 times. The Taishanmen had already occupied almost the best territory of the Tao sect, and they were full of spiritual power. Now that the Heaven and Earth Infinite Origin Suppression Array could create a place with spiritual power that was more than 10 times stronger than here, what kind of concept was that? Basically, as long as it wasn't a blockhead, even a tree could become a spirit after thousands of years in such an environment. Not to mention that the Taishanmen disciples were originally the best seedlings in the world. Wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort if they cultivated like this? At the thought that the Taishanmen disciples would far surpass the disciples of the other sect in the future, countless masters would emerge continuously, and the momentum of the Taishanmen would be like the sun in the sky. The sect master and several core elders felt bursts of excitement. Next, the higher-ups of the sect began to decide whether to set up this array. If they wanted to set it up, should it be within the territory of the Tao sect, or include the territories of the Monster Clan and the Demon Clan, how to coordinate before and after, and a series of other things. These were not simple matters, and they all required a long period of planning. After Yang Chen threw this Heaven and Earth Limitless Origin Suppressing Grand Array seed to Li Liheng, he no longer cared about their matters. After collecting another 2 Grade 2 demonic baleful beads, Yang Chen continued his closed-door cultivation, and at the same time, he started to refine his magic weapon. Li Cheng, his sworn brother, had given Yang Chen 10 pounds of living soil. This living soil could strengthen the earth element flying sword that Yang Chen had snatched from Ming Guangruo. Originally, within the flying sword, there was only a few traces of breath soil, but it was already treated as a treasure by Ming Guangruo. He had tempered it as his life origin artifact for thousands of years. It had a good foundation, so Yang Chen took a liking to it and chose this flying sword as one of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. Smelting the living soil was not an easy task. Fortunately, there was the earth element true essence involved in the sacrificial refinement. The most original spiritual power, coupled with the heavenly dipper treasure refining technique and the earth fiend sacrificial array art, was enough for Yang Chen to fuse the 10 pounds of living soil into the living soil flying sword. This sacrificial refinement was purely using the earth element true essence, and he did not use the yin-yang heaven burning fire. The advantage of doing this was that this flying sword would become completely of the earth element attribute, without the slightest bit of fire. The biggest feature of the living soil was that it could grow. Although the speed was very slow, it would never stop. This also meant that after this flying sword was successfully refined, even if there was any damage, it would automatically recover. Even without any other method, as time went by, it could automatically upgrade. The other flying swords were different. For example, the original wood blood phantom rattan flying sword needed to constantly suck the blood of experts in order to upgrade. As a trace of the living soil was integrated into the flying sword, the living soil flying sword became more and more thick and solid. Although the living soil was only 10 pounds, if it was really refined into a magical weapon, it would be an incredible weight. Not to mention anything else, just the weight of the living soil flying sword could crush people to death. This was not something that could be done overnight. Even with the strength of Yang Chen, after half a year of seclusion, he only integrated a few taels of it. If he wanted to be completely successful, it would take a long time. Every 6 months, Yang Chen would come out of seclusion once and hand over the purified demon bead. This gathering point once again became the focus of the demon continent. The news spread, and everyone knew that the world-famous demon refiner Master Yang had arrived at this gathering point again. However, some people with insufficient cultivation base didn't have to think about it. This was already in the depths of the demon continent. It couldn't be said to be the central area, but it could be regarded as the edge of the central area. Not any Yuanying stage cat or dog could come in. Even if it was a master of the Darching stage, not everyone had this kind of cultivation base and courage. There were more and more masters at the gathering point, and the grade of the demon bead was getting higher and higher, and there was even a shadow of the first-grade demon bead. The masters who arrived at the center of the demon continent were basically mainly in the late Darching stage and the late stage, and masters with the cultivation base of the Great Elder were everywhere. Most of these masters were rogue cultivators, and there were few masters from the big sect. The sect with abundant resources, unless it was necessary, there was no need for the disciples of the sect to risk their lives to come here to practice. If the rogue cultivators here appeared outside at the same time, it was estimated that many forces would be reshuffled. Of course, it wasn't just the Tao sects, there were also many hidden families and continents that Yang Chen had never been to. This mortal world was not only the area of the Tao sects. No matter how powerful the Taishanmen were, if they dared to run here to show off their strength, they would definitely end up with nothing left. Unfortunately, these masters couldn't form a group. Even if they could dominate one side in the spiritual world and the immortal world, they were not the opponents of those organized sect after all. After all, the genius disciples of those big sect were emerging endlessly. The days were spent in this kind of cultivation and seclusion. The refining speed of the live soil flying sword was also getting faster and faster. Later, it took almost half a year to integrate more than 1 or 2 katis. After all the live soil was integrated into the live soil flying sword, the live soil flying sword had reached the 15th layer of the Heavenly Dipper and the 30th layer of the Earth Fiend, which was the highest level of sacrificial refining among all of Yang Chen's magic weapons. The completion of the live soil flying sword also came to the day when the 4 women and Yang Chen had arranged to meet. Once again, in the surprised eyes of a group of Darching stage masters, 4 women in the middle Yuanying stage came to the gathering point together in a group of 2. Originally, such an eye-catching 4 women would definitely be coveted in the demon continent. There were a few old guys in the gathering point who almost couldn't help but want to tease them. But after all, they still understood that the people who came here were not simple, so they decided to look at the situation first. After seeing the 4 women and Yang Chen's rendezvous, all the guys who had a bad heart in their hearts were all secretly sweating. Master Yang's women, who dared to move, without Master Yang's command, naturally someone would use their heads as a gift to make friends with Master Yang. Fortunately, they held back. Chapter 1086. No matter where and when, those who have mastered the skills that others urgently need, and those who cannot be replaced by others, will naturally be valued and given preferential treatment. Especially when there are others competing, and you can't master the method or control that person through some despicable methods. Yang Chen was in such a situation now. Don't look at the late Darching stage masters in the gathering point, but there was no one who really dared to make a move against Yang Chen. First, it was forbidden to fight in the gathering point. Second, other masters waiting to purify the devilish bead would never allow 1 or 2 people to break the rules. The gathering point of the demon continent has been stable for so many years, because of the existence of this invisible rule, no one dared to break it. The 4 women have been practicing for a whole 10 years, and they were still in this place where the strength of the demonized monsters exceeded them by a lot. Even if there were protective magic weapons on both sides, they had suffered a lot. Yang Chen's instructions on the sea and the experience of the previous experience on the periphery benefited the 4 women a lot. By relying on the fastest judgment and basic responses, the 4 women barely coped with the hard work of the past 10 years. However, hard work was hard, but the harvest was great. They were all in the middle Yuanying stage. Perhaps the 4 women could fight against the masters of the late Yuanying stage or even the peak Yuanying stage, but now they could fight against opponents at least in the early Darching stage, and their strength had skyrocketed. The 4 women were also very happy to see Yang Chen. Around Yang Chen, it was the only place where they could rest at ease without worrying about any danger, and it was also the place where their hearts belonged. In fact, at this point, it has been almost 10 or 20 years since they came to the demon continent, and the purpose of the 4 women's experience has been preliminarily achieved. Even if they turned around and left the demon continent now, the 4 women would definitely be better than in their previous lives when they go back. However, Yang Chen still had some selfishness and wanted to stay here for a while. Not to mention anything else, those demonized vines alone were worth Yang Chen's heart. The 9 secluded flying sword had more than 1 demonized vine aura. There were at least a dozen similar demonized vines, and they were not as weak as the one outside the ruins of the demon sect. In Yang Chen's eyes, these powerful magical beasts were a large number of tonics for the netherworld flying sword, as well as huge devilish pearls. When he thought that after leaving the demon continent, the nine nether flying sword would basically not be replenished, Yang Chen had the urge to uproot these demonized Vine clan. That was not all. There was another thing that tempted Yang Chen even more, and that was the spatial connection point that was emitting devil chi. After the initial refinement of the immortal slaying platform's entrance, Yang Chen had already confirmed that the refinement technique left behind by the mental demon sect was basically correct. Since that was the case, how could Yang Chen let go of the only two spatial connection points in the mortal world? The history of the demon continent could no longer be examined, but Yang Chen also knew very well that this demonic energy was by no means a good thing. Now it was still sealed in the demon continent. Once the more demonic energy escaped, the more difficult it would be to clean up in the future. One day, the demonic energy would break through the seal and invade the entire mortal world. How could Yang Chen allow such a thing to happen? In his previous life, Yang Chen didn't know, and secondly, he didn't have the ability to organize, so he couldn't talk about accumulating merit for heaven's sake. But now it was different. Since there was a way and the ability, and it was good for him, why not do it? Accumulating the demonic energy of the nine nether flying sword was also in order to adapt to the richest demonic energy in the center of the demon continent as soon as possible, so that he could get close to the spatial connection point. The immortal slaying platform had been tempered for tens of thousands of years, and it was by no means easy to refine that entrance. Yang Chen has even made a decision that when he leaves the demon continent, he will spend at least 100 years concentrating on doing this. At least before ascending, he must refine the entrance of the immortal slaying platform. Relatively speaking, it was just a simple connection point between the two spaces, and the demonic energy dissipation point in the demon continent was much simpler. Without being refined by an expert, it was just a simple spatial connection, and it would take a lot less effort. As long as it could be refined like the entrance of the immortal slaying platform, and then be able to touch it at any time, the goal would be achieved. In the future, he could slowly spend time refining it. After the refining was completed, there would be more benefits. First, Yang Chen was likely to have the power to cut off the space. Second, that point could continuously provide demonic energy to nourish the nine nether flying sword. A series of arrangements were made to achieve this goal. Of course, there was a premise, that is, before reaching that point, Yang Chen must still be alive. With the realm of the body refining arcane power of the yellow turban strongman, plus the protection of the Dragon Clan Golden Bell, there should be no problem in safety. He was afraid that the demonic energy was too strong for Yang Chen to bear. So now, whether it is purifying the demonic bead or killing the demonized vine in the future, it is all to serve this purpose. The efficiency of absorbing demonic energy from the air was too low, and only by absorbing these demonic energy that had been condensed was the right way. The four women would have to accompany Yang Chen in this demon continent for decades to gain experience. Until Yang Chen refined the spatial connection point. Of course, the longer the experience, the greater the benefits for the four women. After summing up the experience with the four women, Yang Chen and the four women began to cultivate. Now Gaou, Shashanshan, and Sun Qingxue have all cultivated the yin and yang source spirit power, only Gong Sunling is left, and she still hasn't cultivated the sixth earth true secret art. In the same way as last time, Yang Chen held Gong Sunling, and put his own cultivation of the sixth earth true essence into her body, letting her refine and cultivate the sixth earth true secret art. This was equivalent to Yang Chen losing a part of the sixth earth true secret art's cultivation. If they were not husband and wife or close relatives, they would never be willing to do this. Gong Sunling has been condensing her spiritual power these days. Although her cultivation base has not improved, the quality of her spiritual power has soared, and she has no pressure to cope with the cultivation. Coupled with the protection of Yang Chen, there was no hindrance in the cultivation of the sixth earth true secret art. In less than half a year, she has successfully cultivated it. Next, Yang Chen once again took the four women to experience the heart demon. The nine nether flying sword was becoming more and more powerful. Even after 10 years of strength, the four women still couldn't fully withstand the power of the nine nether flying sword. Every time there was an emotional outburst, it always took more arduous experience than killing. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to increase his reputation. When he was training with the 4 women, he did not forget to give the other masters the fire demon bead. Originally, it was collected once every 6 months, but now it has been changed to purify 1 bead a month, and the efficiency has greatly increased. This effect made the masters who were waiting anxiously at the gathering point even happier. Chapter 1087. These masters were originally powerful figures. Although they had been staying in the demon continent for a long time, and there were not many valuable things on them, but some of the good materials obtained on the demon continent were all there. Because they were contaminated with the demonic chi, the value of these materials was extremely low, and basically no one was interested in them. But in the eyes of Yang Chen, these demonic chi were not worth a mention at all. Those rewards given to Yang Chen at the price of cabbages were enough to make Yang Chen wake up with a smile in his dreams. As Yang Chen's reputation grew, a large number of masters came after hearing the news. In just a few years, there were as many as 20 or 30 masters who had ascended after taking the demonic bead in this gathering point, and all of them succeeded without exception. At this time, the power of the high-grade demonic bead could be seen. The huge demonic bead contained an unimaginable cultivation base. If it was absorbed by a person, it would add hundreds of years of cultivation base. Even if his state of mind was worse, he could rely on his spiritual power cultivation base to resist it. There were people constantly crossing their tribulations, and these people were basically grateful to Yang Chen. Originally, they didn't know how many years it would take, and how much risk they would have to take to swallow the demonic bead that was not completely purified, and the tribulation was simply a narrow escape. With Yang Chen, they no longer had to be so afraid, and they could safely cross their tribulation and ascend. Who wouldn't like it? Moreover, Yang Chen was willing to use those useless materials as rewards, which was also a great face for them. Every time he got the purified demonic bead, he would leave a solemn vow that the favor would be returned in the spiritual world and the immortal world. Unconsciously, Yang Chen also received a lot of favors. After 4 or 5 years, the 4 women gradually began to adapt to the power of the 9 secluded flying sword, and it was time to go out to kill and vent the irritability accumulated in these years of heart demon experience. Yang Chen simply purchased hundreds of demonic beads at one time, and wiped out all the stocks of the masters in the gathering point and purified them at one time. 2 months later, dozens of masters of the Darching stage took turns to line up around the gathering point to ascend. The tribulation clouds in the sky were like fireworks during the Lantern Festival, rising and falling one after another. All kinds of wind of different degrees were endless. The aura of a human immortal before successfully passing the tribulation and ascending flowed through this area again and again. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, all the experienced experts turned pale with fright. What kind of scale was the tribulation that would cause such a terrifying scene? The rendezvous point was almost emptied in an instant, and Yang Chen and the 4 women once again embarked on their journey to gain experience. As before, the 4 women split up into groups of 2 and trained separately. As for Yang Chen, he went hunting demonized vines alone. When they left, each of the 4 women was wearing an undergarment made from the mysterious fibers left behind by the demonic vines. These underwear can isolate the spiritual awareness to a large extent, and can even block at least 90% of the power of half of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness attack. In this crisis-ridden demon continent, the safety of the 4 women is a little more secure. 20 years passed in a blink of an eye. During these years, Yang Chen's footprints have almost traveled all over the demon continent. Except for the 2 or 3 places in the center, the locations of the demonic vines sensed by the 9 secluded flying sword in the periphery have all been visited. In the past 20 years, there were more than 30 huge demonic beads in Yang Chen's Chenkuan bag. The smallest one was 50% larger than the one Yang Chen encountered for the first time. The largest one was 3 feet in circumference. The whole big ball could not be described with the word bead. The 9 secluded flying sword has become more and more powerful. When it was displayed, a dark black curtain would cover the sky. Even if it was a master of the peak Darching stage, if he fell into it, his 6 senses would be sealed within 3 feet of his body, and he could no longer break through. Once Yang Chen launched a demonic chi attack, he believed that the guy who had been practicing in the demon continent for the longest time would have to retreat and politely decline. For the masters who have not experienced the demonic chi experience, even if they were human immortal first-level masters, if they were hit, it would be enough to make them lose their mind for a moment and be slaughtered. Meeting with the four women at the only gathering point in the center, they were busy purifying the demonic beads again. The masters of this gathering point were even more powerful. The demonic beads that were taken out, the worst was the first grade, and there were many that surpassed the first grade. Although they were not as exaggerated as the ones in Yang Chen's hands, they should not be underestimated. It could be said that Yang Chen and the others have now come into contact with the core part of the demon continent. The purpose of the experience has been fully achieved, and only Yang Chen's ultimate goal is left. This time, Yang Chen still triggered a frenzy of queuing up to cross the tribulation at the most central gathering point. The masters here were more powerful, the hostility was soaring to the sky, and the wind tribulation was even at least 2 times more powerful than the ordinary wind tribulation, which made Yang Chen and the four women an eye-opener. Not to mention anything else, just this experience of feeling the tribulation at a close distance was enough for Yang Chen and the four women to refer to when they face their own tribulation in the future. No matter which sect they were in, it was impossible to impart such experience. However, although the experience has increased a lot, the cultivation base of Yang Chen and the four women has not improved, and even relatively speaking, there have been some drops in their realms. During these years, everyone has been concentrating on purifying and condensing their spiritual power for the future. The condensed spiritual power naturally could not be compared with the original spiritual power that was not pure enough, and the drop in realms was a natural thing. Fortunately, it was still maintained at the level of the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, and it did not drop too much. It would just cause some people who knew them to misunderstand, as if their cultivation base had regressed. The low-grade demonic beads were completely reduced to Xiao Tian's candy beans here. Yang Chen purchased a large number of them and then purified them uniformly, just to improve the strength of Xiao Tian rapidly. The Dragon Clan doesn't care about the heterogeneity of spiritual power at all. What attribute of spiritual power, when it reaches their body, it can be quickly transformed into the spiritual power they need. This is a natural ability, no matter how much they learn, they can't learn it. The Mountain River geographical map did not have the function of purifying spiritual power because of this reason. However, there was one thing that couldn't be helped. The natural lifespan of the Dragon Clan was too long. Although the strength was very strong at the beginning, the growth was too slow. Only in this way could Xiao Tian grow up quickly in a short period of time. In the demon continent, after eating the demonic bead almost all day long, Xiao Tian went into the Dragon Tower to cultivate, and now he has cultivated to the 5th pattern on the 3rd floor of the Dragon Tower. According to the idea that Xiao Tian gave to Yang Chen, these 5 patterns originally required Xiao Tian to cultivate for a full 500 years. In any case, this trip to the demon continent, everyone has gained something. Now there is only one last goal left, the spatial connection point that emits the demonic chi. Chapter 1088. After a series of masters ascended, there were not many people left in this gathering point. Except for a few shops, there were only 3 or 5 people left. In just 40 years, they could enter the deepest part of the demon continent from the edge of the demon continent. Speaking of it, Yang Chen's family was indeed different. Other people who came here to gain experience, if they started from the Yuanying stage, they would wander in the periphery for at least 100 or 200 years, and then after being promoted to the Daching stage in one fell swoop, they could slightly enter the inner circle. It would take at least a few hundred years for them to enter the core as their cultivation base got higher and higher. Yang Chen's family was completely different. Each of them was a cultivation genius, their comprehension was amazing, and they were rich. They had protective magic weapons such as the Mountain River geographical map and the Xuanwu shield that even the masters of the Daching stage could not break. In addition, all of them were good at attacking, so they achieved this journey that others could not believe. Strictly speaking, it was impossible for each of the 4 women to come here by themselves. Even if Gong Sunling had the Mountain River geographical map and Sun Qingxue had the Xuanwu shield, it would not work. The powerful demonized monster was enough to deal with masters several times their current cultivation base. Even if there was a protective magic weapon, in the case of insufficient spirit power, they could be killed by grinding alone. If two people moved together, the situation would be very different. There was enough protection, and everyone could spare time to recover. Coupled with the support of Yang Chen's massive drugs and spirit power, it was enough to make them relatively safe but very hard to gain experience in this crisis-ridden land. This kind of experience that exceeded their own limits had great benefits for the four women. It couldn't be seen now, but when they met an enemy in the future, they could discover the difference before and after the experience. Although there was not enough time, it was enough for geniuses like the four women. Now the experience of the four women was mainly on the heart demon tribulation. The nine-nether flying sword constantly triggered the heart demon of the four women, and then let the four women overcome it. The cycle of repetition was more tiring than killing. You wait for me here, wait for me to see the place where the demonic energy overflows. Yang Chen's plans were never concealed from the four women. Before leaving, Yang Chen said goodbye to the four women and told them his destination. This destination was very dangerous. At this level, the demonic energy was already blazing to this point. It must be even more dangerous to go to the place where the real demonic energy escapes. But none of the four women stopped him. Yang Chen has always had his own ideas in doing things. No matter how dangerous it was, the women did not see Yang Chen flinch. "Be careful, husband." Everyone said the same thing. However, the eyes of the four women were filled with worry. "Rest assured, if the situation is not good, I will run. You all know the speed of the shuttle." Yang Chen smiled, waved goodbye to the four women, and left the gathering point. It was definitely not to go directly to the center of the demonic energy, but to the place where the two of the demonic energy was. The demonized vines within this range were much stronger than the experts who had transcended tribulation and ascended. They were at least at the third stage of the human immortal realm. The strength of the demonic vine within this range was already much stronger than that of the masters of the ascension tribulation. They had at least reached the level of the third grade of human immortal. The only thing that could be rejoiced was that these demonic vines still had no consciousness, only the instinct to plunder prey. Any living thing that passes through its sphere of influence is its hunting target. Similar demonic vines, Yang Chen has hunted more than 30 plants, but in fact, it does not mean that Yang Chen's strength is more than these demonic vines, but Yang Chen's defensive power is enough, and the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire is too strong, so that the demonic vines were abruptly ground to death. If they really want to compete with pure strength, not counting external objects, Yang Chen is not the opponent of these demonic vines. When the two vines attacked, Yang Chen would turn into meat paste. There are not so many IFS in this world, so now there are more than 30 huge demonic beads in Yang Chen's Chenkuan bag, and Yang Chen is still standing here. The demonic vines that Yang Chen encountered before, the more powerful they were, the bigger their body was, even covering hundreds of miles of the valley. But this time, this was not the case at all. The body was at most a dozen miles in size. Compared to the previous encounter, he did not know how many times smaller. But Yang Chen did not have the slightest contempt. In the center of the eruption of the demonic energy, any demonic beast was many times stronger than outside. The body was so small, and it was more and more revealing a strange aura. Yang Chen had just approached some vines, and those vines seemed to know some of the power, and quickly shrank a lot towards the body. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen was stunned. In the past, when he encountered the demonic vines, countless vines swarmed up, and after being burned by the yin-yang heaven burning fire, they would cut off some of the vines and retreat. How come this time he didn't do anything, and the vines took the initiative to retreat? After being stunned, Yang Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Is it because he has killed more than 30 demonic vines, so there is a kind of murderous aura against the demonic vines? And only the demonic vines can feel it. In fact, if the same species is killed too many, it seems that there will always be such a mysterious feeling. But as far as Yang Chen knows, those are the feelings of animals. Could it be that this demonic vines already have animal-like intuition? If that was the case, then this demonified vine was not the kind that had no intelligence, but had become a spirit. This is the first time that Yang Chen has encountered a demonic vine with active consciousness, which is rare in this demon continent. However, this is just Yang Chen's guess. Whether this is the case or not, It needs further verification from Yang Chen. Already here, of course, it is time to do it. Yang Chen put aside the distractions in his mind and directly sacrificed the 9 secluded flying sword and slashed at the vines. As soon as the 9 secluded flying sword came out, the curled vines seemed to have some changes. They hesitated for a while, and then suddenly turned into thousands of vines. Countless vines rolled up and instantly buried Yang Chen. Under the contact, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little shocked. These vines were many times thinner than the strongest demonic vines encountered, but they were unexpectedly strong and powerful, and the power contained in them was even 100 times that of the others. Moreover, the flexibility of the vines far exceeded Yang Chen's imagination, and the speed was almost the same as a normal darching stage master. Yang Chen, who was fully alert to the vines, suddenly changed his face and his figure flashed out of a large group of vines. From the ground where he had just been, a large number of sharp wooden thorns suddenly emerged, and the speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. Chapter 1089. The person was still in the air and the vines had already come one after another. The method was still the same. The thinnest of the thick vines was thicker than Yang Chen's waist. With a random roll, a tree with a thickness of several people was directly twisted into pieces. The continuous vine whip was like a series of tricks. When a vine fell, it was adjusted one after another, almost covering all the dodging space of Yang Chen. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only choose a few vines that were not so suitable for the direction and took the initiative to meet them. The Dragon Clan Golden Bell was fully opened and the Yellow Turban Strongman body refining technique was fully opened to protect his body tightly. Boom boom boom, the continuous sound sounded. Yang Chen suffered the first attack and immediately the following attacks followed. It was 100 times in a row, and Yang Chen's body was pressed into the ground. This was not enough. Countless sharp roots in the ground, like a sharp knife, stabbed the body of Yang Chen. If it weren't for Yang Chen's strong protection, these attacks could directly kill Yang Chen. It seemed that this kind of attack had no effect on Yang Chen. The underground space where Yang Chen was located was suddenly empty. Then, a large group of black liquid sprayed from all directions to Yang Chen, and instantly submerged Yang Chen in it. Yang Chen threw out an ordinary flying sword. As soon as the flying sword was stained with the black liquid, it made a hissing sound. After a few breaths, it became a mottled waste. After a while, it disappeared completely in the black liquid. This demonized vine was really different. Not only the vines were powerful, but even the underground root system was so strong. Even the distribution of the root system was almost the same as the vines. Speaking of which, counting the root system, this body was not worse than the demonized vines that he had encountered before. In a few simple moves, Yang Chen has seen many differences. The spiritual power broke out of the body and the black liquid was forced out of the body. Even the golden bell did not dare to let the liquid stain. Who knew if it would corrode the golden bell, it was better to be safe. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire finally came out of the body and rushed to the liquid first. Surprisingly, the black liquid actually blocked the momentum of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Although it was steamed out a piece of black steam, the liquid still wrapped Yang Chen in it. The two sides were deadlocked in this underground space. The vines did not dare to come close to attack, and the roots did not dare, leaving only the black liquid secreted by the roots. It seemed that this demonized vine's attack methods were exhausted. In the face of its own natural nemesis, there was no way. Yang Chen couldn't help but rejoice at this time. Fortunately, his sworn brother Li Chengxian let him absorb 2 kinds of karma fires. Otherwise, looking at this posture, if it was replaced with other 5th-grade fire seeds, it would not necessarily be able to resist these black liquids. The current situation was that the demonized vine could not do anything to Yang Chen, and Yang Chen seemed to be quite afraid of the black liquid in a short time and did not dare to touch it easily. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire did not burn any part of the other party. It could only consume the other party's liquid little by little and then try to burn the body. He wanted to break up, but there was a burst of pressure from above. The vines kept pressing Yang Chen down, and the spikes also prevented Yang Chen from escaping through the earth. It could be said that Yang Chen was trapped in the big ball of this black liquid. This couldn't go on. The demonized vine took root here and was replenished anytime and anywhere. The black liquid could be said to be endless. If this consumption continued, even if the time could be pulled out for a long time, calculated with hundreds of years, but in the end, Yang Chen would be the first to run out of spiritual power. Fortunately, the demonized vine had no further means of attack. If Yang Chen only maintained the yin-yang heaven burning fire, there was still power left. Yang Chen also made up his mind. Since the two sides were consumed like this, Yang Chen did not believe that the more powerful yin-yang heaven burning fire could really do nothing to this trivial black liquid. Now the yin-yang heaven burning fire could only fight evenly. Yang Chen immediately sacrificed the profound spirit furnace and began to integrate and absorb the true sun fire that he was most familiar with in his previous life. The true sun fire was also a 5th grade fire seed, the life source of Yang Chen in his previous life. It was because of the existence of the true sun fire that Yang Chen was able to finally become a great principal golden immortal. After tens of thousands of years of control, Yang Chen was simply familiar with the sun true fire. In addition, he had already merged 2 kinds of 5th grade fire seeds. When he started to absorb it, it was many times easier than when he absorbed the red lotus hellfire and peach blossom hellfire. The true sun fire was supplemented to the yang fire, and the power of the yang fire began to increase. After the true sun fire was finally integrated into the yin-yang heaven burning fire by Yang Chen, the demonized vine seemed to feel that it was not good. The speed of evaporation of the black liquid was dozens of times faster, and the roots of the demonized vine could not keep up with the speed of evaporation. However, Yang Chen did not directly attack like this, but began to integrate and absorb the true yin fire again. The true sun fire and true yin fire were 2 kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, one was a 3rd fire and the other was a 4th fire, and the yin and yang were different. Yang Chen had a thorough understanding of the true sun fire, and correspondingly, he knew more about the true yin fire than the average person. It was a little difficult to absorb and integrate, but it was not as difficult as the red lotus fire at the beginning. After adding the true yin fire, the yin-yang heaven burning fire had completely broken away from the cage of the black liquid, and the powerful flame instantly evaporated the surrounding black liquid, and then swept up a large number of roots and vines. Squeak, in Yang Chen's mind, suddenly there was an indescribable sharp scream. The sound seemed to come from the soul, and went straight into the sea of consciousness. However, now Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was too strong, and there was no slightest tremor. When the sound disappeared, Yang Chen found that the demonized vine had begun to flee. Yes, it was really fleeing, all the roots were concentrated, and then pulled out of the ground, floating in the air, and fleeing in another direction. The speed was even comparable to a cheetah that was desperately fleeing. What was this situation? Yang Chen was stunned on the spot. The demonized vine that belonged to this plant could actually escape. Did it really become a demon? In a moment of shock, the demonized vine had already escaped far away. After a few flops in the air, the body of more than 10 miles curled up into a ball and plunged into the ground. And Yang Chen could clearly feel that the underground demon vine was flying at a speed no less than that of the air. Looking at the direction of the demonized vine's escape, Yang Chen couldn't help but show a sneer. In that direction, wasn't it the location of the other demonized vine closest to the center of the mainland? Yang Chen's next goal was originally the demonized vine. Chapter 1090. To deal with this demonized vine, the 9-yu flying sword did not come in much use. The 9-yu flying sword was not originally a form of flying sword, it was just a magic weapon refined by the 9-yu flying dust. In addition to the heart demon attack and shielding the 6 senses, it did not have much powerful attack ability. If it was to deal with a cultivator, this 9-yu flying sword was indeed a weapon. But to deal with this demonized vine, it was beyond its power. The demonized vine was located in the place where the devil chi was the most intense, and it was not afraid of the devil chi at all. Moreover, the 9-yu flying sword itself was refined with the fibers of the demonized vine, so whether it shielded the 6 senses or not, it had no meaning for the demonized vine. The only role of the 9-yu flying sword was to compete with the demonized vine for the devil chi. However, in this place, the demonized vine was not reduced by much, and the effect was not very good. It was just that during this period of resistance, the 9-yu flying sword did absorb a lot of devil chi, and it was a little more powerful, that's all. The spiritual awareness firmly locked the escaping demonized vine, and Yang Chen followed it unhurriedly. Although the demonized vine body had fibers that shielded the spiritual awareness, this did not prevent Yang Chen from locating its existence. In fact, it was very simple. As long as he found a target that his spiritual awareness could not lock, it was basically the demonized vine. Watching this demonized vine flee to the last one, Yang Chen did not mean to kill it directly. It was not Yang Chen's kindness, but he was deliberately increasing his difficulty. The center of the demon continent, which should be the place with the richest devil chi, was believed to be the most dangerous place. Yang Chen was not sure what he would encounter there, and whether he could bear it, so he had to experiment as much as possible first. The two demonized vines running together might bring more pressure to Yang Chen, and also let Yang Chen feel the possible danger in advance. He believed that as long as Yang Chen paid attention, he would be able to cope with it. However, when the escaping demonized vine reached the ground, what happened next was still unbelievable to Yang Chen. When the roots of the two demonified demonic vines touched each other, they seemed to fuse together. Then, the vines and the trunk slowly fused together. In the end, the demonized vine that escaped was completely integrated into the demonized vine that was originally staying here. The two vines became one and were no longer separated. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Yang Chen could not help but feel speechless. Is that even possible? Were there two main bodies, or one main body and one clone? Or, all the demonized demon vines in this demon continent should actually be one, but they are scattered around by some unknown method. Just as he was puzzled, the demonized demon vine that was fused together seemed to solve Yang Chen's doubts, showing a strange behavior. In the middle of the demonized vine, suddenly a hollow tube-like thing appeared. After a while, the tube began to thicken, as if something was stirring inside. With a loud bang, a black ball flew toward the outer ring at high speed. How could Yang Chen tolerate this ball to leave? The shuttle caught up with the black ball in the air almost in a flash. After a little observation, the nine-nether flying sword directly turned into a black mist, wrapped around the black ball, and began to absorb the demonic chi in it. This black sphere was a matured seed. The demonized demon vine didn't know what conditions were met, but it would spit out such a seed in a certain direction. Presumably, the demonized demon vines distributed everywhere spread in this way. The ability of the nine-nether flying sword now was not a trivial matter. A seed without the power to struggle was quickly absorbed by the nine-nether flying sword and turned into a pure seed. After thinking about it, Yang Chen directly threw the seed into the pure bottle medicine garden and at the same time passed a thought to Abai. The seed of this demonized demon vine, Abai could absorb and fuse it after planting it, or directly fuse it. In short, Abai felt that it was best to operate it. Since the blue jade vine could fuse with the blood phantom vine and become a blue jade blood phantom vine, it could naturally absorb and fuse with this purified demonized demon vine. Such a powerful species, he believed that Abai would be more powerful after the fusion. After absorbing the previous demonized demon vine, the power of the current one far exceeded the performance of the previous one. However, the strange thing was that although it seemed to have swallowed a demonized demon vine, the overall size of this one looked smaller than the previous one. Perhaps this was the realm of returning to the original state, just like Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique. At the low level, the body was full of swollen muscles, but at the high level, the body shape was balanced. It must be the same for this demonized demon vine. In any case, there was no doubt that this one would be more dangerous. Yang Chen also raised his spirit to face this fierce demonized demon vine. In the surrounding 1,000 miles, there were no other demonized demon beasts appearing at all. Even if they appeared, it was estimated that they would become fertilizer for the demonized demon vine. The strength of this demonized demon vine was so powerful that it was outrageous. Presumably, those masters who have ascended would never have encountered these demonized demon vines, but they couldn't deal with them, so no one found that there was a huge demonized demon bead in the demonized demon vine. The most difficult thing to deal with was the demonic chi. If Yang Chen didn't care about this, he was already in an invincible position. Then he had the yin-yang heaven burning fire, which was also a necessary condition for Yang Chen to restrain the demonized demon vine. For others, even if they have a 5th grade fire seed, it would not help, unless they have a 6th grade or above 6th grade fire seed. The question was, people with a 6th grade fire seed, do they still need to come to the demon continent to fight for their lives? The beginning of the battle was still the 9 Serenities flying sword, which first absorbed the demonic chi, and then Yang Chen was surrounded by the yin-yang heaven burning fire to attack. But this time, Yang Chen clearly saw the evidence that this demonized demon vine had wisdom. The demonized demon vine actually divided into all directions and attacked Yang Chen, and at the same time, all kinds of attack methods were used: whipping, strangling, thorns, venom, and even spiritual awareness attacks. A sharp and ugly hissing sound came out from nowhere, and the ears couldn't hear it, but it caused a burst of shock in his sea of consciousness. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been attacked by the sound of a golden bell, their spiritual awareness would be shaken, their whole body would be limp, and they would fall to the ground and couldn't move. But Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the realm of the 7th grade human immortal, and the sturdiness of his sea of consciousness could not be shaken by such a level of spiritual awareness attack. Standing in place, Yang Chen simply ignored this kind of attack. As soon as the spiritual awareness attack failed, the demonized demon vine immediately changed to an unimaginable way. It actually learned the 9 Serenities flying sword and turned part of its body directly into fine dust, wrapping Yang Chen's whole body in it. Chapter 1091. How terrible this kind of dust was, Yang Chen did not know. The only thing he did was to let the 2 fire dragons of the yin-yang heaven burning fire form a closed fire cover, wrapping himself in it. Any dust would be forcibly burned by the fire. The dust was endless, and it was countless times more than the black mist of the 9 nether flying sword. As the black mist tumbled, suddenly a condensed and substantial demonic chi directly broke through Yang Chen's fire cover. Like a whip, it heavily hit Yang Chen's body. It looked like it was on Yang Chen's body, but in essence it was an attack against the spiritual awareness. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, suddenly there was a huge black whip with a length of hundreds of feet and a thickness of several feet. The demonic chi filled the air, and it was madly whipping in the sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yang Chen's heart surged with countless complex thoughts. All kinds of emotions came one after another. For a moment, Yang Chen didn't even know whether he was going to cry or laugh, whether he was happy or sad. The tragic memories of his previous life, the hatred for the Taishanmen, suddenly magnified countless times, and the monstrous anger even triggered the blood river under the white dragon. The originally calm blood river, crazily boiled, foam was bubbling, and a burst of murderous aura that could make people fly away. Under the oppression of Yang Chen's only trace of reason, the white dragon was extremely heavy on the blood river, not letting the blood river rebel. However, the long whip seemed to have found the opportunity to find the weakness of Yang Chen, and with a few heavy blows, it directly hit the blood river. The fierce killing intent could not even be resisted by the long whip condensed by the demonic chi. The part of the black whip that was whipped into the blood river quickly turned into a dark red blood color. This blood color did not stop and began to spread upward. This time, the long whip seemed to be restrained by the blood river, and the end that was deep in the blood river could no longer move, as if it was bitten by the blood river. The 9 nether flying dust in the sea of consciousness finally found a chance to fight back. The dust in the surroundings started to frantically absorb the demonic chi coming from the whip. The entire sea of consciousness was filled with hissing sounds. Although the blood river suppressed a portion of the demonic energy whip, the demonic energy whip also caused a greater impact on the blood river. The entire blood river was bubbling and bubbling. At the same time, there seemed to be something surging out from the bottom of the blood river, causing the sea of knowledge to shake. Yang Chen suddenly realized that at this juncture, the immortal beheading saber, the natal flying sword that he had been refining since the beginning of Foundation establishment, had finally completed the final refining process after hundreds of years of refinement under the stimulation of the devil chi whip, and was about to be unveiled. Forcibly holding back the excitement mixed with all kinds of emotions, Yang Chen firmly trapped the long whip made of devil energy with the flying dust in his spiritual sea. The range of movement of the long whip was getting smaller and smaller, and the degree of swing was also getting lower and lower. Gradually, It calmed down. Just when Yang Chen thought that he had suppressed the demonic chi whip, and his mind was slightly relaxed, the demonic chi whip suddenly became violent. After relaxing, it was not so easy to suddenly tense up. It seemed that Yang Chen would be unable to extricate himself from the bone-deep hatred. A blood-red light flashed in the blood river, and the light and shadow directly cut through the long whip of demonic chi, and then flashed a few times. The long whip of demonic chi, which was burning with demonic flames, suddenly stopped in the sea of consciousness, motionless. It was extremely strange. In the middle of the long black whip, a trace of blood red suddenly flashed. Then, the blood red color increased, and the long black whip was directly divided into two halves. Next, traces of blood red appeared everywhere on the long whip of black demonic chi. The blood red color increased, and gradually the whole long whip was divided into countless small grids. Finally, the big and small red grids flashed, and the long black demonic chi whip was completely broken into pieces and fell down. The flying dust in the sea of consciousness quickly wrapped these fragments, evenly dispersed, and then quickly began to absorb them. The flashing red light in the blood river began to slowly float up, and finally floated to the center of the sea of consciousness, revealing a lineup. The familiar appearance, the familiar aura, except for the different color, the other parts were exactly the same as the immortal beheading saber in the past. When the immortal beheading saber appeared, it quickly became bigger, occupying more than half of the area of the sea of consciousness. Under the shock of the murderous aura carried by the saber, the black demonic chi fragments were shattered. When the immortal beheading saber left the blood river seemed to be drained of its spirit, and no longer emitted any aura. On the contrary, when the immortal beheading saber came to the body, it exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Compared to the blood river in the past, the murderous aura exuded by the current immortal beheading saber was restrained and deep, only concentrated on the immortal beheading saber, but not a trace of it escaped. The blood-red blade caused people to involuntarily feel a bone-chilling fear, giving them a huge psychological pressure. Just looking at this saber, there was this kind of feeling, not to mention what kind of soul would fly away after being cut. As soon as the immortal beheading saber came out, all the emotions were suppressed in an instant, leaving only this cold and restrained killing intent. But then, a pure excitement was generated from the bottom of Yang Chen's heart and quickly spread to Yang Chen's whole body. When his right hand opened, the immortal beheading saber suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. The familiar feeling made Yang Chen have a kind of indescribable joy. After hundreds of years of tempering, the immortal beheading saber and Yang Chen have a tacit understanding of flesh and blood, as if it was a part of his own body, feeling and breathing. The fierce killing intent attracted the attention of Xiao Tian for the first time. This kind of fierce saber was Xiao Tian's favorite. Without waiting for Yang Chen's instructions, he quickly appeared, opened his mouth, and bit the handle of the immortal beheading saber in one bite, and refused to let go. The huge body shrank countless times and directly wrapped around Yang Chen's hand, connecting Yang Chen and the immortal beheading saber into one. This was the first time since Xiao Tian arrived at the demon continent that he took the initiative to dedicate himself. Even if there was a purified demonic bead before, it did not make Xiao Tian perform like this. With the immortal beheading saber in his mouth, Xiao Tian's mouth also issued a burst of low dragon roar, which sounded like the sound of a blade. That kind of joy from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden from Yang Chen as the master. At this time, Yang Chen was even more excited than Xiao Tian. Holding the immortal beheading saber, he felt as if it was an extension of his own arm, and he could do whatever he wanted. There was a sudden feeling in his heart that no matter what was in front of him, he had to cut it in half. In fact, that was exactly what Yang Chen did. The immortal beheading saber was raised high, and there was no process of accumulating power, and no matter what was in front of him, he just chopped it down. The huge space in front of him seemed to be suddenly divided by this saber, and the saber chi that pervaded the ground drew a long thin line that continued for dozens of miles away. Chapter 1092. With a slash, Yang Chen's chest was unspeakably comfortable. It seemed that the emotional outburst of the heart devil, which had almost never stopped for decades, had also been relieved. After the slash, Yang Chen didn't even have the mood to watch the killing effect. He just held the immortal beheading blade, closed his eyes, and stroked it gently with his fingers, feeling the lines of the immortal beheading blade, feeling the joy of this life source magic weapon. Even the enemy was in front of it. Although the immortal beheading blade still looked like the immortal beheading blade, its temperament was very different, and it was no longer that kind of sharp taste. In addition to the blood-red blade, which made people feel scared at first glance, there was no other place that was out of line. Even the monstrous killing intent was completely hidden in the restrained blade. If it was not cut, it could not be felt at all. And the people who were cut by the immortal beheading blade would have their minds destroyed by the killing intent in an instant. At least in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not feel that there was anyone who could resist the immortal beheading blade. Now with the immortal beheading blade, he would no longer be regarded as a homicidal maniac when he appeared, and he would not give others an excuse to kill demons and defend the right. Next, it should be a great opportunity for the immortal beheading blade to make a big profit. Of course, Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to wave the immortal beheading blade to the Taishanman's gate alone. The heritage of the sect for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer was by no means what Yang Chen, a disciple of a small sect, could imagine. Even the Supreme Elder was just the tip of the iceberg of the hidden strength of the Taishanman. If he really wanted to exterminate the Taishanman, it was impossible to rely on Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace alone. Yang Chen has now set a trap for the Taishanman, waiting for the day when they become the public enemy of all the cultivators in the world. After a while, Yang Chen's agitated mood gradually calmed down, and his hand released Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian twisted happily in the air, and did not forget to hold the immortal beheading blade in his mouth, and did not let go. Only now did he remember to see the effect of the slash just now. After such a long time without any movement, Yang Chen had almost forgotten that he was fighting the strongest demonified vine. Yang Chen couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The main body of the guy that had devoured the other demonized vine was now fully revealed. The huge main body was directly split in half by the immortal beheading saber. The demonized rattan's vitality was extremely strong. It was evident that it could live so well in this place filled with devil chi. His main body, which had been split into two, did not die immediately. Instead, there were still signs of life. However, the demonized vine no longer had the strength to attack Yang Chen. It was alive, but the two parts of its body were shaking uncontrollably. All the vines had shrunk into a ball, sometimes curling, sometimes stretching, and never stopping. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. This demonized vine must have a mind of its own. However, since it had intelligence, it knew fear. No matter how strong the demonized rattan was in the mortal world, it could not compete with the killing intent of the immortal beheading saber. The nine-nether flying sword easily seized the control of the devil chi. In this area, it was not known how many years the demonized rattan had condensed. The demonized rattan's demonic aura, which was like a substance, was quickly absorbed by the nine-nether flying sword. There was a lot of difference between the two demonic auras before, but after this period of absorption, it seemed to be balanced a lot. Yang Chen's mind moved. Xiao Tian, who was flying in the air with the immortal beheading saber, appeared in Yang Chen's hands again. Xiao Tian automatically turned into a handle, wrapping Yang Chen's right hand. Even if it was a great principal golden immortal, at this moment, he could not take the immortal beheading saber away from Yang Chen's hand. Finding the core of the demonized rattan, Yang Chen only gently slashed twice, and the countless vines on the ground completely stopped shaking, all of them hung softly, and there was no more movement. The nine-nether flying sword has expanded to the maximum, wrapping both parts of the demonized rattan in it. In the black mist, there was a sizzling sound of absorbing the devil chi, and along with it, the main consciousness of the demonized rattan that had died was absorbed into the nine-nether flying sword. Just this absorption took Yang Chen more than a month's effort. When it was completely absorbed, Yang Chen had another devilish bead with a radius of 10 feet in his hand, or it should be called a devilish bead. This bead, he didn't know how much cultivation base was contained in it. Even if there was no devil chi in it, he believed that no one would dare to swallow it, even Xiao Tian might not be able to bear it. Taking an ordinary pure golden devilish bead could improve one's cultivation base, but taking this big ball, it was true that the cultivation base could be improved, but the cultivator himself would definitely be blown up alive. There were more than 30 devilish beads the size of the smallest human head in the Chenkuan bag. It seemed to be a pity to feed all these things to Xiao Tian. After leaving the demon continent, Yang Chen would have to think about how to use them again. The 9-nether flying sword became darker and deeper, and it seemed that after absorbing this demonized rattan, it had some taste of returning to its original state. The concentration of the devil chi even exceeded that of the demonized rattan. It must be known that the body of the 9-nether flying sword was much smaller than that of the demonized rattan. He believed that with the 9-nether flying sword at this time, if he launched a spiritual awareness attack casually, few cultivators in the mortal world could withstand it. According to Yang Chen's estimation, the current 4 women definitely couldn't, but Li Cheng definitely could. As for the others, Yang Chen couldn't think of a master who could take this blow for a while. It was a pity that the 9-nether flying sword couldn't restrain the devil chi. As long as it was used, it would look like a dense devil chi. It didn't matter how it was used in the demon continent, but once it left, it would definitely be regarded as a devil. In the future, it could only be used in the safest situation or the most critical situation, which could not be said to be a small regret. Not to mention, Yang Chen also had to work on the immortal beheading blade. Since the immortal beheading blade could even restrain the killing intent, maybe it could also restrain the devil chi inside, which was also a development direction of the immortal beheading blade in the future. At the thought of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword gathered together, not to mention anything else, just the blood demon rattan sword plus the 9-nether flying sword, 1 blood-sucking, 1 heart demon attack shielding the 6 senses, was enough to make countless people crazy. This was not counting the Penglai divine wood flying sword, living soil flying sword, flood dragon bone flying sword and so on. Relatively speaking, Yang Chen's innate fire attribute flying sword was a bit not worth mentioning. Especially the bright ray sword, which was Yang Chen's most memorable flying sword. However, with the supplement of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, it would never be worse than any other flying sword. With the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen's confidence directly burst, and he no longer cared about anything else. Without fear, he went directly to the core of the demon continent. That kind of heroic and duty-bound appearance, there was a kind of immortal beheading blade in hand, the world was mine. Chapter 1093. The area where the demonized vine was located was already the core area of the demon continent. Yang Chen has been able to sense the location of the densest demonic energy, and that direction should be the location of the spatial connection point. This was the most dangerous area, not to mention Yang Chen. Even those great masters who have ascended to the demon continent for hundreds of thousands of years have never dared to go so deep. Not to mention anything else, the demonized vine alone was enough to swallow all the masters who came in and use those masters as nourishing fertilizer for its strong growth. He didn't know how this demonized vine grew, it could use the demonic energy so forcibly. Fortunately, the demonized vine did not reproduce very fast, and there were only more than 30 plants after so many years. If it grew all over the mountains and fields, maybe one day this powerful species would occupy the entire demon continent. Here, Yang Chen did not use the shuttle, nor did he use the sword to fly. He walked all by himself, for fear of any accidents. In this core area of the demonic energy, no amount of caution was too much. Along the way, Yang Chen was a little surprised. There were also a lot of plants in this area, all kinds of big trees, all kinds of shrubs and vines, all of which could absorb the demonic energy and grow extremely strong. However, it was one of a kind like the demonized vine. In this area, the demonized demon beasts seemed to be relatively rare. Yang Chen thought it was because of the demonized vine that all the demonized demon beasts within 100 miles were killed by it, but the fact was obviously not so. After walking thousands of miles to the core, Yang Chen finally found traces of the demonized demon beasts. However, the demonized demon beasts here were not the kind of demon beasts that only relied on instinct after being invaded by the demonic energy, but another form. With the words in Yang Chen's mind, it could be called a breeding beast, a beast that was completely for the purpose of reproduction. All kinds of demonized demon beasts that Yang Chen had seen before could be seen almost all along the way. Every few dozen miles, there were a few pairs of them, both male and female. These demon beasts seemed to be able to survive by absorbing the demonic energy and did not need to hunt. The only purpose of their survival was to reproduce. No matter what kind of demon beast it was, its reproduction speed was very shocking. The first demonized leopard that Yang Chen encountered gave birth to a baby leopard in a few breaths. As soon as the little leopard was born, it was immediately attacked by the demonic aura and grew up rapidly. In just one day, the little leopard had already grown to the late-stage nascent soul realm. Then the little leopard began to run wildly towards the periphery of the demon continent, as if it could no longer bear the pressure of the demonic chi here. Running past Yang Chen, the demonized leopard didn't even look at Yang Chen. It was as if his first instinct was to leave this place as soon as possible and reach an area where he could adapt to the devil chi. Once he reached those places, he would talk about killing and praying. Different little leopards had different aptitudes and their final achievements were also different. The more one could withstand the demonic energy, the higher one's cultivation level would be, and the closer one could stay to the central area. Just by relying on this simple method, the entire demon continent was filled with all kinds of demonized monsters of different strengths, and naturally divided into strong and weak. No wonder Yang Chen could often see weak demonic beasts appearing in the depths of the demon continent. It turned out to be like this. Many people who were out for experience had disdained to kill those demonic beasts whose realms were much lower than theirs. Otherwise, these beasts would become experience points for experts before they could even reach the periphery. It might not even be considered as experience points. When had a cultivator seen a cultivator killing ants to get slaughter experience? The cultivation level of those beasts even made Yang Chen feel incredible. With the experience of his previous life, Yang Chen could easily see that the realm of those beasts was almost close to the earth immortal level. If they attacked, they could easily kill Yang Chen in seconds. Fortunately, these beasts didn't seem to have any desire other than reproduction. The first beast he encountered was the demonized leopard, which found Yang Chen's aura and glanced at Yang Chen, but Yang Chen had been wearing the 9-nether flying sword as an outer robe. The other party seemed to feel the concentration of demonic energy that was no less than that of the demonized vine, so it didn't take it seriously. It wagged its tail lazily and continued to give birth. Here, it was the first time that Yang Chen felt the pressure of facing death. Fortunately, with the cover of the demonic energy, the other party didn't make a move. Otherwise, Yang Chen would really die without knowing how. After discovering that as long as there was an extremely rich demonic energy cover, he could be safe and sound, Yang Chen continued to move forward carefully. The territories of several powerful beasts he passed along the way all illustrated this point. There were even 2 kinds of beasts that were natural enemies to begin with. They actually gave birth 100 miles away from each other, not caring about the existence of the other. This made Yang Chen more and more certain that this was the place where the demonic beasts were born. Although these beasts were strong, they only existed as beasts that only bred and didn't care about anything else. As long as he didn't provoke them, he should be safe and sound. There were dangerous existences around him that could kill him in seconds, but the temptation of the spatial connection point made Yang Chen decide to risk his life to explore it. Once he could refine the spatial connection point, the immortal beheading saber would have the ability to cut through space, and the 9-nether flying sword would also have a continuous source of demonic energy. The benefits were greater than the sky, it was worth the risk. Anyway, he only needed to refine the spatial connection point in a short period of time, there was no need to refine it completely. As long as he completed the first step, he could continue refining at any time, like the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. These beasts would not act easily, and there was an 80% success rate. From here to the center, there were still thousands of miles to go. Yang Chen's journey was like walking on a tightrope, passing by the extremely powerful beasts. The feeling of not having any aggressive behavior, but his life hanging by a thread, even made Yang Chen realize the benefits of the experience more than the killing experience outside. Always between life and death, this was the original intention of the demon continent experience. Before, Yang Chen's protective magic weapon was strong, and there would be no danger to his life, so although he also honed his attack methods to be sharp, his real state of mind could only be improved through the experience of the heart demon, which was far less dangerous than the current situation. What kind of emotional outburst could make Yang Chen achieve the purpose of experience better than if he would die as long as he had a slight mistake? Although the road ahead was only 2,000 or 3,000 miles, it was more beneficial to Yang Chen than the hundreds of thousands of miles from the edge of the demon continent to the center. Along the way, Yang Chen even had some vague expectations in his heart, hoping that this road would never end, which was very contradictory. Chapter 1094. The taste of being under the real threat of death all the time was really uncomfortable. The courage in his heart was a lot stronger, but after all, he was still on the verge of life and death, and it was always a little uncomfortable. Strangely, all the beasts turned a blind eye to the appearance of Yang Chen. Even the demonic beasts that sprinted to the periphery did not look at Yang Chen and ran directly past him. The abnormal situation made Yang Chen wonder if these seemingly powerful beasts actually only had the ability to reproduce and no longer had combat power. However, this conjecture was no longer possible after he saw a situation by chance. A dizzy demonic beast, when it rushed out of the inside, it may be that the pressure of the demonic chi was too great, it did not know the way and rushed straight to a breeding beast. This was a demonic beast at least in the middle darching stage, and its strength was stronger than most of the cultivators who were practicing in the demon continent. However, this demonic beast, which looked very ferocious in the eyes of the ordinary masters, rushed to the front of the beast. The beast just raised its head and roared at the demonic beast, and then ignored it. The demonic beast that rushed past, stopped about 200 feet away from the beast, stood still for a while, and suddenly its whole body burst, and in the loud sound, a rain of blood burst out. The fine pieces of flesh and blood that flew out in the air continued to explode in the air, bursting into smaller pieces. In just a few breaths of time, a darching stage demonic beast turned into a pile of fine pieces that could not be recognized. This was just the power of the beast's roar from a few hundred feet away. If it was a full shot, how terrifying the beast would be could be imagined. The control of the beast's roar was very precise. The power was only concentrated on the demonic beast that was running around. The other places were unscathed, even the trees around the demonic beast were not damaged at all. The beast at this distance, in Yang Chen's estimation, had at least the cultivation base of the human immortal 7th grade. The master of this cultivation base could definitely completely ignore Yang Chen's Dragon Clan Golden Bell plus the yellow turban strongman body refining technique and directly slap Yang Chen into a meat patty. Although the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was a cultivation method of the immortal world and Yang Chen had also cultivated it to the realm of overturning the sea, but after all, his body was still a mortal body that had not experienced a series of heavenly tribulations and was far from being comparable to the immortal body of the immortal world. However, if Yang Chen transcended the tribulation and ascended, after the baptism of the 3 disasters, not to mention the 7th grade of human immortal, even the 8th grade or 9th grade, or even the masters of the earth immortal level, would not necessarily be able to deal with Yang Chen. Unfortunately, these were things in the future. Now Yang Chen, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he was still in the mortal world and could still be easily ravaged by these beasts. Fortunately, Yang Chen used the demonic chi and the 9 secret flying swords to impersonate the demonic beasts, completely deceiving these beasts who were not clear-minded, and never once did a beast attack Yang Chen. There was always danger, and the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. However, it was already 4,000 or 5,000 miles away from the place where he saw the first beast. Now even if he turned around immediately, he could not get out of this dangerous situation quickly. Now that he had come here, and these beasts would not attack him at will, Yang Chen was certainly reluctant to leave. The ultimate goal in his heart was still in the center. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, seeking wealth in danger, and continued to go deeper. The demon continent was the first place that Yang Chen did not have a specific situation in his memory after his rebirth, and it was also a place where he could not control his own destiny, but this unpredictable situation was what Yang Chen needed most for his experience. Everything was planned, and it could not bring more benefits to Yang Chen. The deeper he went, the stronger the beasts were. Yang Chen carefully spent almost a year to advance another 5,000 or 6,000 miles, and finally came to a position close to the core. The beasts on the way were already at the 9th grade of the human immortal, infinitely close to the level of the earth immortal. When passing through these beasts, Yang Chen was simply walking on a tightrope with his head in his hand. Any small movement could bring him disaster. Any beast, as long as it sneezed, Yang Chen would be injured or even have more serious consequences. Based on such conditions, when Yang Chen avoided the demonized beasts that fled, he was also careful not to emit any aura that could alarm these beasts, and he was extremely careful. The strange thing was that Yang Chen had seen countless beasts along the way. Yang Chen had basically seen all the demonized beasts bred by these beasts, but until now, Yang Chen had not seen the beasts of the demonized vines, or the existence of the mother body. He really didn't know where these demonized vines came from. It must be known that the location of the last demonized vine was the closest to the edge of the beasts. According to experience, the mother body of the demonized vine was definitely an extremely powerful beast. Until now, he hadn't seen it. Could it be that he still had to go deeper? This question had been lingering in Yang Chen's mind and lingering. He had a hunch that his ultimate goal might be related to the demonized vines. There was no evidence for the unwarranted hunch, but Yang Chen thought so. Although he didn't see any relationship with the demonized vines along the way, the uneasiness in Yang Chen's heart was getting stronger and stronger. A few hundred miles ahead, it should be the center of the demon continent, the space point that connects the two worlds. The demonic energy in this area was already unreasonably rich. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had been almost influenced by the demonic energy of the nine-nether flying sword, if he hadn't experienced it before, even if he had the state of mind of the great principal golden immortal, he would still be invaded by the demonic energy and trigger the inner demon. At this distance, the distribution of the beasts was already very sparse, and there was only 1 in 100 miles. Moreover, the body of the beasts was getting smaller and smaller, becoming about the size of the most ordinary beasts, but their strength had increased exponentially. The smaller the body of the beasts, the stronger they were. After carefully passing through the territories of several Earth Immortal level beasts, Yang Chen finally came to the core part of the demon continent. 100 miles ahead, it should be the location of the space connection point. Yang Chen's hunch finally became a reality. After walking to a place that was still more than 10 miles away from the space connection point, Yang Chen saw the figure of the demonized vines in the core area at a glance. A demonized vine with only a circumference of a mile was rooted in the place where Yang Chen felt the strongest demonic energy, firmly wrapping that place. All of the demonic qi seemed to originate from the demonified vine's body. Every single one of its waving vines was condensed with demonic qi that was almost tangible. Like terrifying black snakes, they were incomparably sinister. Chapter 1095. This demonized vine was hundreds of times smaller than the strongest one that Yang Chen had seen. Whether it was the vines or the leaves, it looked similar to some ordinary vines. It did not have a frightening body shape, but the degree of strength made the previous one look like a speck of dust. The one that Yang Chen killed was just beyond the realm of the second-grade human immortal. Yang Chen relied on his powerful protective magic weapon and the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to grind it to death. But now the ultimate demonized vine that Yang Chen saw, judging by Yang Chen's visual judgment, it already had the cultivation base of the second grade of the Earth Immortal. It was much stronger than the strongest master that Yang Chen had ever seen in the world. To put it bluntly, if this ultimate demonized vine really wanted to, it alone could kill all the creatures in this mortal world. The second grade of the Earth Immortal, which was 2 great realms stronger than the Darching stage, and it was still a huge gap beyond a realm. The master who had just transcended the tribulation and ascended, had undergone the transformation of the heavenly tribulation and entered the spiritual world, and still had to go through the transformation of the spiritual world, was only a mere first-grade human immortal. Against this demonized vine, even if there were tens of thousands of them together, it would just be like sending food to it. The gap between the middle Yuanying stage and the second grade of the Earth Immortal seemed to be only the difference between the Darching stage, the human immortal, and the Earth Immortal. However, there were only 3 great realms between the Qi cultivator who had just started cultivating and the Yuanying stage, the Foundation stage, the Golden Core stage, and the Yuanying stage. However, this gap of 3 great realms could not be filled even with the lives of millions of people. The spatial connection point was under the main root of this ultimate demonized vine, and it was entangled firmly by the spreading roots of this demonized vine. There was a constant flow of demonic qi from the spatial connection point, which was absorbed by the demonized vine first, and then released, invading the entire demon continent. How should Yang Chen deal with such a powerful opponent? If he wanted to get the idea of the spatial connection point, he must break through the protection of this ultimate demonized vine and enter the main route. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator challenging a second-stage Earth immortal, Yang Chen's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He had been too greedy. He had been greedy for that spatial connection point. He had actually arrived in front of such a terrifying guy. Yang Chen simply followed the density of the devil chi to determine the direction. His divine sense was surrounded by a large number of grade 7 human immortals and above, so he didn't dare to explore anywhere, for fear of triggering a counterattack from those beasts. As a result, he only discovered the existence of the demonified vine when he reached this position. What was even more frightening was that the ultimate demonized vine seemed to have discovered Yang Chen's figure. 2 black vines were like 2 long tentacles, reaching towards Yang Chen. It was impossible to hide. In front of such a powerful opponent, any form of concealment was futile. So that the sea-pouring jasper cup could not play the role of shielding. The huge gap in cultivation base made all external tools seem so futile. The reason was very simple. Just as some modern stealth aircraft can avoid the scan of ordinary radar, but they can't avoid the more powerful synthetic aperture radar, the gap in the realm could not be made up for in any case. The killing intent of the immortal beheading blade might be able to suppress this guy, but it was only a possibility. There was another possibility, which was to completely anger the ultimate demonified vine. The masters of the Earth immortal realm could not be compared with these masters in the mortal world. If this guy was angered, the only result was that there would be no bones left. At this moment, Yang Chen thought of countless methods, countless magic weapons, and countless formations in his mind, but none of them could help Yang Chen get out of the predicament at this time. The most likely way was to use the shuttle, and with the support of the continuous spiritual power provided by Yang Chen, he could quickly escape from this area. But if he escaped, he would definitely end up being attacked by those beasts. Besides, whether he could escape this ultimate demonified vine was still another matter. In a flash, the 2 vines had already rolled to Yang Chen's side. To be exact, it was wrapped around the 9 secluded flying sword that had been pretending to be entangled with the demonic energy outside Yang Chen's body. The speed of the vines was unimaginable to Yang Chen. From just seeing the vines rolling over to really rolling his body, it only took a blink of an eye. Yang Chen's mind was full of methods, but before he could make a decision, he had already been rolled. The vines of the Scroll 9 secluded flying sword did not directly strangle Yang Chen, but gently rolled, which made Yang Chen stunned for a while. Yang Chen had no doubt that this vine, which seemed to be only as thick as an arm, could easily cut himself and the Dragon Clan Golden Bell into 2 pieces, and it was still under the situation where he exerted the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the extreme. At the moment when the vines wrapped around him, Yang Chen even had a kind of despair. In this life, although he was much more successful than in his previous life after his rebirth, there were still many unfulfilled wishes, especially the matter of finding the Taishanman for revenge. It was only in the stage of layout. If he died now, he was really unwilling. The only few happy things were that his master was not like in his previous life, and his senior sister was the same. The sect was thriving with each passing day and was not exterminated. Moreover, he was lucky enough to marry the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy as his wives. In addition to these, it seemed that there was nothing else that could make Yang Chen die without regrets. This kind of desperate mood was driven by the almost substantial demonic energy in the center of the continent. The whole person had a kind of despair and regret to the extreme. He could no longer lift any spirit. This time, the emotional outburst was even more terrifying than all the previous times combined. Yang Chen was almost on the verge of losing control. He was only 1 step away from being possessed by the devil. He was attacked by the demonic energy and turned into a thoroughly demonized Yang Chen. At the critical moment, the immortal body that was stored in the Dragon Palace by Yang Chen in the Sea of No Return suddenly opened its eyes at this moment, but it only opened for a moment, and then immediately closed again, once again restoring the hibernate-like state. Just as the eyes were opened and closed, Yang Chen, who had almost lost his mind, suddenly seemed to be injected with vitality. His mind recovered in an instant, and he abruptly stopped the despair. His mind began to fly again, looking for the slim chance of survival that probably did not exist. The abnormal performance of the vines made Yang Chen immediately aware of it. With a move of his heart, his mind established a deep connection with the spirit of the nine-nether flying sword. The nine-nether flying sword was originally refined by Yang Chen as a quasi-natal magic weapon, so it was not unusual for it to do this. Soon, Yang Chen was surprised to find that there was a vague emotion coming from the vines. This emotion was not hatred and killing, but kindness. Chapter 1096. The feeling transmitted by the demonized vine made Yang Chen feel a little puzzled, but he immediately understood. The nine-nether flying sword had always mainly absorbed the demon chi of the demonized rattan. Even the flying sword's artifact spirit was a phantom of the demonized rattan. Since they were both from the demonized rattan clan, it was natural for them to feel close to each other. Yang Chen even suspected that this demonized vine should be the parent of the demonized vine outside. It was natural for the descendants of the origin inheritance to have such a sense of familiarity. The next move of the vines confirmed Yang Chen's guess. The vines that wrapped around the nine-nether flying sword did not strangle it too hard, but gently rolled up Yang Chen, who was wrapped in it, and then slowly retracted it. From the beginning to the present, Yang Chen had not felt any killing intent. On the contrary, there was an emotion similar to that of a child's affection, which made Yang Chen feel a little uncomfortable. This demonized vine, which had been invaded and contaminated by the demon chi, still retained its sanity, retained its emotions. Soon, Yang Chen and the nine-nether flying sword were brought back to the parent's side by the demonized vine's vines. This was not the end. The main root in the center of the parent's body suddenly cracked open, and the vines kept shrinking, bringing Yang Chen and the nine-nether flying sword directly into the body of the parent's body. Next, Yang Chen's eyes were dark, and he could no longer see anything. Moreover, there were more mysterious fibers in the demonized vine's body, and the effect was even stronger. Even Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could not penetrate much. In addition, in this situation, Yang Chen did not dare to casually release his spiritual awareness to provoke the demonized vine, so he did not dare to use his spiritual awareness to explore at will. Once the demonized vine sensed that something was wrong, Yang Chen would not even have a chance to escape. At the same time, Yang Chen was also very glad that he had used the demonized vine as the core when he was refining the Nine Serenities flying sword. He had even refined the mysterious fibers. The original intention was to enhance the power of the nine-nether flying sword, but inadvertently, it made the nine-nether flying sword more similar to the demonized vine. Because of this, the demonized ultimate vine was unable to detect the presence of Yang Chen inside the nine-nether flying sword through the fibers. Otherwise, they might fall out with each other on the spot. Yang Chen, along with the nine-nether flying sword, were released by the vines and fell into a pool of viscous liquid. As soon as he touched the liquid, Yang Chen cursed inwardly. These liquids were completely different from the black liquids secreted by the roots of the demonized vines that Yang Chen had experienced before. Although they were also highly toxic and corrosive, compared to the black liquids that he had seen before, it was definitely more terrifying by hundreds of times. The nine-nether flying dust was originally of the earth attribute. Earth countered water, and the two attributes were like heaven and earth. After being refined with the addition of the mysterious fibers, it was already very close to the demonized vine. The liquid did not affect it in the slightest. But Yang Chen was in some danger. This was inside the body of the demonized vine. Yang Chen was determined not to use the yin-yang heaven burning fire to fight against it. However, Yang Chen's body did not have such a strong resistance to corrosion. It was fine for a short time, but once he was exposed to these liquids for a long time, even if he did not die, he would shed a layer of skin. In a hurry, Yang Chen was almost at a loss. However, Yang Chen soon thought of a way. Since the Nine Serenities flying sword could resist it, then the living soil flying sword, which was also of the earth attribute, could also do the same. Even the flying sword contained living soil, which was more able to resist the invasion of this liquid. The living soil flying sword appeared silently beside Yang Chen, and then the well-tempered steel seemed to turn into a soft finger, wrapping Yang Chen up. It must be said that the living soil really deserved to be the legendary earth attribute divine object. When it came into contact with the black liquid, there was no movement at all. It was as if the black liquid was an ordinary water droplet, and it was completely unaffected. Fortunately, Li Cheng had given Yang Chen 10 pounds of living soil before. At this time, Yang Chen was able to easily resist the invasion of the black liquid. He didn't know if this was really a coincidence, or the arrangement of God's will. Until now, Yang Chen was still in danger. He temporarily resolved the danger and had not yet disturbed the demonized vine. He just didn't know what the demonized vine wanted to do with the 9 Serenities flying sword in its body. While he was puzzled, the demonized vine made a move. The black liquid that had just seeped in suddenly seemed to be under some pressure, and madly rushed into the interior of the 9 Serenities flying sword. The black liquid quickly occupied the space between Yang Chen's body and the 9 Serenities flying sword with crazy devil chi. Yang Chen almost couldn't help but make a move, but he still held back. The black liquid kept rushing in, and for some unknown purpose, it made the 9 Serenities flying sword a lot bigger. Inside the 9 Serenities flying sword, the black liquid kept rushing left and right, as if it was looking for something. It was very strange. The collision of the black liquid seemed to have aroused the vigilance of the demonized vine. Yang Chen suddenly felt alarmed. Could it be that something had happened? There was a sudden burst of clarity in his mind. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Yang Chen suddenly took out the largest demonic baleful bead from his Chenkuan bag and placed it beside him. As soon as the demonic bead appeared, the black liquid rushed over and quickly wrapped the demonic bead. The crazy conflict just now no longer existed and subsided. A strong suction came from the black liquid, as if it wanted to suck out all the essence contained in the demonic bead. However, no matter how hard the black liquid tried, it couldn't get any replenishment from the demonic bead. The strong suction even shocked Yang Chen, who was next to the demonic bead. Fortunately, it was only directed at the demonic bead. Yang Chen was protected by the living soil flying sword, so he didn't suffer any damage. After trying for a while, the black liquid finally stopped its futile efforts. Then, before Yang Chen realized what had happened, more black liquid poured in. At the same time, an unclear thought came from the demonized vine to the 9 Serenities flying sword. The meaning of the transmission was very obscure. Yang Chen, who was connected to the 9 Serenities flying sword, could only guess a few simple meanings from it. Accept, inheritance, and more he didn't understand. What happened next was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. A huge spiritual power mixed with an unimaginably rich demonic aura directly broke through the outer layer of the 9 Serenities flying sword, and then passed through the black liquid and quickly entered the demonic bead. Beside Yang Chen, the demonic bead, which was already huge enough to make Yang Chen speechless, began to grow like an inflatable balloon. At the same time, the demonic aura that had been purified by Yang Chen also infected the pure gold demonic bead into pure black again. Chapter 1097. Yang Chen could not see it, but he could feel it. This process really made Yang Chen feel strange. Only now did he vaguely understand what the so-called acceptance meant. It turned out that the ultimate demonized vine was cultivating the fake demonized vine that the 9 Nether Flying Sword imitated. So, the inheritance was to let the 9 Nether Flying Sword pass on the demonized vine's race? That was the literal meaning, but Yang Chen could not guess the intention of the demonized vine. Speaking of which, shouldn't this ultimate demonized vine be the mother of the demonized vine species? Why did it pass on the responsibility of inheritance to the 9 Nether Flying Sword? What kind of situation would make the ultimate demonized vine make such a choice? Yang Chen couldn't help but start to ponder. If it was him, under what circumstances would he pass on his legacy to his descendant? After thinking about it, there seemed to be only a few situations. Either he was going to transcend the tribulation and ascend, or he no longer had the ability to do so. Only then would he entrust it to his descendants. It was impossible to transcend the tribulation and ascend. With the cultivation of a grade 2 earth immortal, if he wanted to transcend the tribulation, he would have done so long ago. Under the invasion of the devil chi, it seemed that it was even impossible to transcend the tribulation. Then under what circumstances did it not have the ability? Seriously injured, disabled, or dying. As soon as this speculation rushed out of Yang Chen's mind, he couldn't stop thinking about it. The crazy suction that came from the black liquid just now seemed to want to suck the essence of the demonic bead clean. But he didn't know why it couldn't succeed. Why did the ultimate demonized vine want to suck its descendants? There seemed to be no other reason except to save itself. In other words, this ultimate demonized demon vine was far from being as terrifying as Yang Chen had guessed. It was either seriously injured, or there were other reasons for its death. The possibility was so high that Yang Chen couldn't help but get excited. At this time, he carefully sensed the situation of the ultimate demonized vine through the 9-nether flying sword, and he seemed to be able to vaguely detect a trace of well-concealed death chi. The few wisps of almost non-existent death chi made Yang Chen even more certain that this demonized vine did not have long to live. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened that caused such a powerful demonic vine that had occupied the exit of the devil chi to be in such a situation. But no matter what, this was beneficial to Yang Chen. Now, Yang Chen finally figured out what had just happened. For some reason, this demonized ultimate vine was on the verge of death. Suddenly discovering a descendant of his, he immediately sucked the descendant into his body, attempting to use the life essence of the descendant to save himself. However, after realizing that its efforts were futile, the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine made a decisive decision to pass on its essence to this younger generation, allowing it to pass on the legacy of the demonic vine race on its behalf. Thus, there was the process of crazily filling up the demonic bead. Understanding the situation in front of him, Yang Chen didn't know whether he should be glad that he was so lucky, or should he be afraid that he almost became a tonic for the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine. The only thing he could be sure of was that it seemed that refining this space connection point where the devil chi overflowed was not so far-fetched, but within reach and very likely to be achieved. However, the current situation was not up to Yang Chen to decide. Everything was under the control of the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine. Yang Chen didn't know how long this process would last, but he was sure that for the time being, he should be very safe in the body of the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine. Outside the body of the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine that Yang Chen couldn't see, the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine that had been trapped in its own territory was completely different from before. The vines were wide open and frantically stretched out to the surroundings. The beasts that were not far from the demonic vine ultimate demonic vine seemed to be aware of the impending crisis. They were about to get up and escape, but it was too late. The vines that grew like ghosts had already entangled the surrounding beasts with lightning speed, and began to kill them in a frenzy. Countless black barbs grew out of the vines and pierced deep into the beasts that had been wrapped up. Although they were also at the earthen immortal stage, there was still a considerable gap between them and the demonized yarrow beasts. Thus, they were practically incapable of fighting back. The black barbs were like countless blood-sucking mouths, crazily absorbing the life essence of these beasts and continuously transferring it to the demonized vine's main body. Because the ultimate demonified vine could no longer use these life essences, they were transferred to the demonic bead beside Yang Chen. In less than 4 hours, the demonic baleful bead had expanded to more than 20 feet, and it was still expanding. Within a radius of several hundred miles, almost all the beasts were killed by the demonized vine's vines. Countless vines were constantly absorbing the essence of these beasts, continuously transferring these essences to the mother body. Then, the mother body was filled into the demonic baleful bead. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen did not need to do anything else. As long as he waited patiently, the demonic vine ultimate demonified vine would inject all its essence into the fake 9-nether flying sword and then die on its own. Yang Chen only needed to protect himself from being hurt by the demonic chi and the black liquid. Such a situation was simply unimaginable to the point of being unbelievable. Who could have expected that a near-death experience would end up like this? The ups and downs of the process made it hard for people to believe that all of this was real and not a dream. After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only sigh. Maybe he had too much luck after his rebirth, so that such a thing could happen again and again. Not only was it a golden pie, but it coincidentally fell directly into Yang Chen's mouth. Even the effort of picking it up was saved for Yang Chen. In that case, What was there for young Chen to hesitate about? If he did not accept the gift of the heavens, he would suffer the consequences. He immediately controlled the 9-nether flying sword and frantically absorbed the extremely rich demonic energy. While absorbing the demonic energy, Yang Chen sighed at the beauty of life. But soon, Yang Chen realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and almost let a lot of treasures pass him by. These highly toxic and violently corrosive black liquid were also a kind of material, and it was a top material that Yang Chen could not find. Among the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, it was still missing the 8th metal flying sword and the 9th water flying sword. He did not know where to find the materials to refine the 8th metal flying sword. However, wasn't this black liquid the most suitable material for the 9th water attribute? If the black liquid was refined into the 9th water flying sword, it would naturally be poisonous and corrosive. What kind of nightmare would it be?